First is to get people to understand the issues, because people cannot act except to understand the issues, the injustices, democracy not working for everybody, working for few, and the right at work, especially decent work, decent wages, the right to collective bargain, and many other issues, the right to good health insurance, good package for our children, quality education for our children. All those rights are rights that we are supposed to fight for. And therefore, most citizens are not aware that these are rights that belong to them.
We get back out into our communities, we engage with our communities, we network with our people, and we take over what was taken from us and get it back. We need to come out in forces, and we need to put a plan, an action plan together to get our community involved in this labor fight.
There's several organizations and activities going on in the community. So keep up with what's happening in the community and invite yourself. You know someone, talk to them, tell them you just like to come out and take some information. Tell them what you saw here at CBTU. Tell them what labor leaders had talked about, how we struggle hard.
I
for the
need
benefits
folk
that we
to come
receive on
from
our
the
jobs.
lobby
the Western
inside
City
the
Union
meeting,
is,
please.
A lot of people that are working without unions.
We are about to
don't
do
have
the
vacation.
countdown
I know some young men work with companies and haven't had
for the
a
meeting.
raise in 5 or 8 years. You'd be surprised at the things that people are really working under the conditions.
Can I have the marshals
We'll
to
mobilize our community with
usher the
football
folk from the
officials
lobby
coming in.
inside the meeting,
We're gonna get
please?
our, the agreement to go out in the community with them and bring back everything that we learned here. But also the officials that we're going to touch here with the officials first in the community, like the law enforcement, the governor, the mayors, and we're going to let them know that we are here. And we're here to stay in the community and make an impact what we need to know. And we're here to teach you what you don't know. So we're going to get it out to them.
Those on the outside, please make your way hastily
Well, the best way
inside
is always starting
the
with
auditorium.
If you can get like even teenagers or start with elementary kids, they quicker to catch on to learn more. They probably be more enthused than a teenager. You got to get them more, involved by like demonstrating stuff with like basketball, little fundraisers or something that'll keep them motivated to actually want to come.
I think we should actually gather more people by like getting like a survey poster or something and saying who wants to join the CBTU as a member, and we could show them what we're really about and some of the things that we have achieved.
Please make your way inside the auditorium.
I think that we should create spaces for young people like him. When I say young people, we should stop waiting for them to be 19 and 18 and start getting them at 5, 6 years old. Because at that
age,
age,
folks say,
when
but
they're
we
really
can start
young
on time, and we will start on time.
They're willing to listen to their parents, and we can model what they need to do. So when we get them very young, we can keep them for not the next generation, but the
I
generation.
have been informed by the marshal
after that
it is to your best interest to cut your phone off unless you want to donate $50 to the CBTU. And if you want to donate $50, now we'll take it. $50. So please cut your phones off and respect the proceedings of the meeting. Thank you. First, I am not Robin Williams from the UFCW. I am the Reverend Regina Thomas from the American Federation of Teachers. And I greet you on behalf of the 1.7 million members of the association. Amen. I also want to take this opportunity. I'm Southern. I want to take this opportunity to thank our president, Terry Melvin, for this opportunity and this great conference. Could you join with me to give him a round of applause? I thank him for allowing me this opportunity as a new member, new committee member of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. And I am proud to stand on the shoulders of Bill Lucy and those who came before. I really appreciate them. Thank you. Now I want to invite Brother Kelly to the front to do our invocation.
Morning, brothers and sisters. Everybody feeling good today? Good. First of all, we acknowledge our Lord and Savior, the Christ, and to our president, our illustrious president, Brother Terry Melvin, and to President Emeritus, Brother Bill Lucy, and to the entire body that makes up the CBTU convention this morning. I greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let us bow this morning in humble submission to our Heavenly Father. This morning, again, we come humble and submissive to you, the one that has made it possible for us to be here and assemble together as a unified body, looking for direction, looking for guidance. Father, we thank you because you are such an awesome God. We thank you because you're so wise, you're so holy, and you are eternal. We thank you, Master, because you have worked the work for us on Mount Calvary. And now, Father, as we stand, we realize that all of us stand in the need of forgiveness. We ask, first of all, that you forgive us of all of our sins, for they are many. Forgive us, Father, because you are a forgiving Father. We ask now that it's your eternal and your divine will that you will continue to look favorably upon our leadership. Thank you for Brother Terry. Thank you for the vision that he's provided to this body, Father God. And now we ask that you continue, Father God, to lift him up. I lift him up, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, because I believe there's power in your name. I lift them up, Father God, because, Father, as leaders, we all need to be lifted up. We all need prayer. And, Father, I pray for this country. I pray, Father God, for unification. I pray, Father God, for togetherness as we approach 2020, Father God, and this is the focus. Father, we need you. We need you to prick the hearts of those, Father God, that have not yet understood the urgency of our mission. I ask, Father God, that if it's your eternal and divine will, that you will give us wisdom, give us, Father, insight, give us clarity on those things that need to be said and done, that, Father God, we will be able to prevail in the mission that you have given us. Father, I just honor you today. I honor you. I honor your son. I honor all of the members of the CBTU. I ask you to give them wisdom, Father God. I ask you to continue to bless them in a mighty way. And, Father God, I ask that you bless every presenter here today. We give you praise, and we honor you in your son Jesus' matchless name. And every heart said amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Kelly, for that invocation. It is good that as a people we come and give God all of our praise. And first, I want to give you some changes that is in your program. Instead of Jerry Hudson, who is not feeling well, President Mulgrove from UFT, one of our New York AFT Association, amen, will instead take his place. There will be no social media workshop this year. There will be no social media workshop this year. And the sexual harassment workshop, which you have flyers on the table, will start at 1:30 to 3 o'clock. 1:30 to 3 o'clock sexual harassment workshop. And then also tonight is the gospel concert sponsored by our own Brother Grisham and 1199 SEIU. I want to thank Brother Grisham for always coming and sponsoring an event and making sure that we have a good time at convention. And so be reminded of those changes. I will call up the Credentials Committee to come up for their update. Credentials Committee. Okay, we'll let them come up in a minute. We'll let them come up in a minute. And what we will do, if Michael Mulgrove could come to the stage, we'll let him start and complete his presentation. And then after his presentation, I'm going to have our own Anthony, if he would come up and introduce Mr. Mulgrove in the fashion that he should be introduced. Amen. He is deserving of a better intro than the one that I can give him. Michael has been there for us, those of us in headquarters at AFT, but I know Tony can, I know Anthony can do it better than I can. Thank you. Yeah, you put on the spot.
That's all right. Always be ready, right? Brothers and sisters, good morning to you. Good morning to you. Again, it gives me great pleasure to present to some and present to others the president of the United Federation of Teachers. He's a man in New York City that needs really no introduction. He stands tall and firm on the belief that every child is entitled to a free, high-quality public education. Put your hands together, brothers and sisters. Now, I don't want to give you his entire pedigree, but I will tell you a couple of things about this brother. He began his teaching career at a school called William Grady High School in Brooklyn, USA. He was quickly recognized by the United Federation of Teachers and began working as a part-time staffer. Soon after, he was asked to take on the role of vice president for our career and technical education programs. Then they asked him to take on the role of chief operating officer for the United Federation of Teachers. Mind you, it wasn't a title until he came along. And then finally, he was asked to take over as president of the United Federation of Teachers, representing some 200,000 members in the teaching force in New York City. Now, I don't want to give you his entire pedigree, but I did want to tell you a couple of things about the brother. He stands tall, constantly, not only defending the teachers of New York City, because we realize that children's learning conditions are our teachers' working conditions. So when we advocate and we fight for safety standards in the classroom, it's not just for our teachers, but it's for the children that we serve as well. Michael reminds us constantly that we must do more, be more for the children that we serve. Brothers and sisters, I want you to introduce you to the president of the United Federation of Teachers, Michael Mulgrove. He's not only the president of the United Federation of Teachers, but he's the man that signs my paycheck every week. Brothers and sisters, Mr. Michael Mulgrove.
Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Good morning, CBTU. Good morning, CBTU. To your president and my friend, Terry Melvin, thank you so much, and congratulations again on a wonderful, wonderful conference that you're having here. Obviously, you all know my other brother, that is Mr. Anthony Harmon, in his red jacket, as always. You will always see Anthony no matter how big the crowd is. Correct, everybody? That's why we love Anthony. Bill Lucy, thank you so much for everything that you've done, and we would not be here if it were not for you. And to the entire executive board, and of course, my good friend Cleola. It's nice to see you this morning, dear. Nice to see you. So we stand here today, as we all know, what is going on in our country. And Anthony is correct. New York City, we have issues, as we always do, but I'm proud I can stand here today before all of you and say the Teachers Union of New York City has pushed the school system to its highest performance level ever. We now have a 78% graduation rate. It is the highest it's ever been in the history of New York City. We're going to keep going further and further and further. We push at everyone, everyone. We said it's all children, all schools. This year, we just signed a contract, an early contract, where we said, straight up, I was so nice. I said, there are schools that have been neglected for decades. Let's just talk truth, everybody. And the politician said, yeah. I said, well, at times, you were the reason they were neglected. So I don't want to hear your rhetoric now. We have to recognize that we have schools that have been neglected for decades. And I said, for a period of time, this union is signing a contract that says these schools go to the top of the list now for everything. And they don't need a politician to stand up for them. They don't need an elected official. They don't need the state legislature. They don't need the city council because it's in the damn union's contract. They're at the top of the list now. That type of energy is what we're going to need together as we move forward. This is a national conference. We have strong enemies who do not like workers. And let's just be clear, they use some very, very nasty stuff. The three greatest tools or weapons that I see from them are chaos, confusion, and conflict. They are masters at using those three tools. And a lot of times our members are susceptible to those tactics, are they not? And they want us distracted and losing our minds and yelling over here. And they want us debating about something over here that really is not going to make a difference in the end. So it's up to us, all of us, to make sure that we are working together. We are educating our workforces and our members, because we cannot let these demons from the bowels of hell, and I'm just saying it right up, we cannot let them, because for them it is never enough. No matter how much money they make, it is never enough. I got to hear them talk about, oh, my quarterly profits. I only made 8.2% last quarter. That means I need 9.6% this quarter. And it doesn't matter whose life I have to destroy to get that, because that's my job, so I'm the right person. Where I grew up, we called those people who said they're going to burn in hell. So we, as we move forward, we also have our own tools, do we not? We have to have a clarity of purpose, and our members need to understand it. We need to coordinate, and we need commitment. So they got their 3 C's, we got our 3 C's. And we all know there's more of us than there are of them, correct? But they did their job last time, did they not? And we did not do ours. And we have to own that. Now, I've been lucky in my life. I've been a member of 3 different unions. Obviously, I'm a member of the teachers union. I worked on a loading dock for 2 years in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and I was proud to be a Teamster. And originally out of high school, I was very happy to serve my apprenticeship and become a master carpenter and be a union carpenter inside of New York City. And all that taught me is that most of the people do the work, and a few of the people take the credit and the profit. Now, I know they think we're trying to cause an uprising. We're not trying to cause an uprising. We want what's fair. And we now know that to get fairness, we got to get our knuckles dirty, do we not? And we cannot let them continue to ferment their chaos, confusion, and conflict. And we have to be smart about it. So I am asking everyone here, when you go back home, to reach out to fellow unions, to reach out to community groups. Say, we need to work together. Do not let them cause a conflict amongst us. Do not let them distract us with their shenanigans. Because in the end, we have to look at everything, for me, as a single lens. What is in the best interest of me and my profession and of the workers who I go to work with every day? And most of the stuff you hear, you turn that damn TV on in the morning. Thank God we have a welfare fund at the UFT, and we buy drugs in large boxes. That drive you nuts. So it's up to us as the leaders to coordinate and communicate and move people to a better place. Now, is it going to be easy? No. Are our people angry? Yes, they are. Sometimes I ask them, what are you angry about? And they say, everything. I said, well, that's a problem. If you're angry about everything, I got to get you focused here. Well, I'm angry about, my boss said this to me yesterday, and they told me I had to do this paperwork. I said, let's just focus now. Let's focus. In the end, we have to take care of you. You have to take care of the children. Now we'll take care of your profession. That's what your union does. I said, you remain focused, and we'll get you through this. So we need to go back and do that with everybody. Now, is CBTU prepared to do that work? I know I am. Is CBTU prepared to do that work with the UFT? Is CBTU prepared to do that work with the AFT? With the NEA? With all the teacher locals across this country? You have a problem with one of them, you call me. You call me. I will call them up and say, what, are you out of your damn mind? You out of your damn mind? Have you seen the Secretary of Education? Are you out of your damn mind? I mean, really. I don't even want to hear it anymore. This is the woman's first job. That's not a joke. This is literally her first job. She graduated college and went on one of those journeys for I don't know how many years, but this is her first job. And when I talk to my members and colleagues across the country when they get to politics, when I bring that up, they're like, well, you got a really strong point there. I'm like, well, thank you for recognizing that. So let's get to work together. Let's do this work together. So, commitment, coordination, communication. Are we ready to do it? Yes. I know the CBTU can do this. I know that the work we've done with you for years, and we have made a difference. I know in New York City we have made a great difference. We've taken our city to a place it's never been before, and we're proud of that. Do we have our struggles? Yes, but we can confront them head on. We can have difficult conversations. We all know what is in our heart is to make things better, not to make more profit. So, and my last thing for you is, this is one very difficult challenge we're headed into. We cannot take it lightly. We are all sitting here, we're committed to it, but we're going to have some tough, long days. And we have to prepare ourselves for those days. Because the people in this room are the leaders. You all go back home, people are looking up to you. They want to see what you're going to do. When things get bad and something doesn't go right, they're going to look to you. Just remember, we're all in this together. So if you need a helping hand, reach out. Reach out to each other, reach out to me, this is what we're going to have to do. Because it's going to get tough. You all in the union hall, when they stand up and start yelling at you, who's had that experience? All right? They start yelling, they're crazed. It's up to us to lead, to educate, and be smart. Because those are the things that are going to take us through this journey, because we are fighting for our country. We understand that. We're fighting for our communities. But more importantly, we're fighting for the soul of what this country actually stands for. And I know it doesn't stand for the crap that we're dealing with right now. Are we all on board with this? Is CBTU on board with this? You got the teachers in New York City. You got the teachers in the United States. We're all going to get this done together. And are we prepared for the challenge? And we're going to walk this road together. Right, everybody? I thank you all so much for allowing me and bringing me here today. And to your great organization and president, thank you all. God bless. And let's have a good old time in Hotlanta.
Michael. Let's give Michael a great round of applause. I'm just saying that's AFT. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I am so proud of him. And now we have Ambassador Saeed from Western Sahara. It's amazing how the problems that we have here are amplified around the country. But it is so great to be part of an organization that does not just think about itself, but looks after all of our colleagues around the country. And so what I'm going to do is let the ambassador come define the issue, and I want us to listen attentively about how it is amazing that just not here, but all people of color, irrespective of where they are facing crazy situations. Ambassador, we welcome you this morning. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Good morning. Yeah. It's a great honor to be here today. And first of all, please allow me to thank Reverend Terry Melvin on behalf of the people of the Western Sahara for the invitation to this important gathering. And just happened that today probably is the most important day in our continent. Today is May 25th, which is the day of liberation of Africa. It's the National Day of Africa. And and it fits that we are discussing in a day like this the issue of the last colony in Africa. So maybe it was the Lord who put things this way that made that this day, precisely here in Atlanta on May 25th, we are discussing the last colony in our continent. And I'm really appreciative of this invitation of giving the word to our people here. Also, I want to thank a very dear person, Bill Fletcher, for his continued support to the cause of the Sahrawis, but also for his commitment to Africa. So I want to thank Bill Fletcher. Whenever I heard the word Atlanta, the name of the city of Atlanta, the first thing that comes to my mind, it was Mayor Andrew Young, Ambassador Andrew Young, who in 1978 was the first African American, or even first person from this continent that came to visit our refugee camps. And we can never forget, he's part of our history for all what he did for our people. This is an issue which is not very known for many of you, but that's not your fault, it's our fault. Maybe we didn't know how to pass the message. I know that there are some people here who have been so committed to Africa, they know this issue, like President Bill Lucy, who is one of the figures recognized all over our continent. I know that him and the late Robinson with the Trans-African and so on, which we appreciate the role you played for the liberation of our continent. In fact, the African American civil society, they became an extension of the liberation movement in Africa. Because thanks to your role and the mobilization you did here, which forced several administrations to look at the issue of the apartheid in a different way. And that's why the victory against apartheid, you played an important role. And we want to thank you for that. And to remind you that, so we really want to thank you. As Africans, I want to thank you for that. As you are aware, in 1884, the Europeans, they got together and they took our continent, they took the rulers, and they started dividing the territory as a cake. Unfortunately, Western Sahara, which is close to Europe, it's in the northwest of Africa, we became part of Spain, or we're a colony of Spain. And it just happened that in 1970, the Spanish government decided to change the status of the territory of Western Sahara from colony to a province as a full-fledged part of the territory of Spain, which of course we refused. And that's why in 1973 we established the Polisario Front, the liberation movement, and we started the armed struggle against Spain. We fought against Spain for 2 years. When we almost liberated militarily most of the territory, we were surprised by a French move which pushed Morocco, our neighbor at the north, and Mauritania, our neighbor at the south, to came and invade the territory on the grounds of some historical claims. Claims that on October 1675 were clearly denied by the International Court of Justice, where they said that Morocco and Mauritania have no rights on that land, and that the people of Western Sahara have the right to self-determination. But the Moroccans and the French and the Mauritanians, at that time it was during the Cold War. So whatever is right, whatever international law was left aside. So they just invaded. They thought that they're stronger. We're a very small population. And according to the King of Morocco in 75, he said that it will take him just a couple of weeks to clean Western Sahara of this group of rebels, as he said. The 2 weeks now is 45 years. And we're still there and stronger than before. So we're still, so we had to face this new situation, to face two armies. We are a very small population. But you know, things happen for a reason. You know, we are believers when God gives you a challenge for a reason, maybe to make us a better people. So it was with the help of God, because there is no other explanation for us to survive. You know, it was the first time in the history ever where a guerrilla warfare was done in the desert. In fact, we had countries from Asia, from Latin America, and some others. They want to document the kind of how we can make a desert war, because normally guerrilla warfare is done in the bush, which we don't have. But we find our own way with the help of the Lord, and we're able to advance. At the same time that we had the military fight, we have our diplomatic fight. We declared the independence of the Sahrawi Republic in February 76. And at the same time that we were fighting, we were also trying to push our membership in the African Union. At that time, it was the Organization of African Union, to be a full member state. And because of the support of Africa and the commitment of most of Africa, in November 82, we were able to expel Morocco and take our seat as an independent country, member of the African Union. Yeah. I had the honor of being the ambassador those days in the African Union, in Addis Ababa. So at that time, only Morocco and the apartheid regime were out of Africa. In fact, there was this collusion, military collusion between South Africa and Morocco, and I recall that in 1980, we captured about 49 South African tanks that were given by South Africa to Morocco. Of course, those tanks ended up in the hands of SWAPO. We gave them to SWAPO in Namibia, because at that time, SWAPO, of course, was fighting also for the liberation of Namibia, and because, of course, on the course of all these years, we became one movement. ANC, SWAPO, ZANU, Frelimo, Impela, and Polisario became one family. And the proof of that is that maybe you saw this document that was done just last March, where at the initiative of the President of South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, and the ANC, SWAPO, and ZANU, they decided to have an international conference at the head of state level, just on Western Sahara, to remind the world that Africa is not yet all of Africa free. And so this is we had a process of negotiation at the same time that we were fighting. But Morocco, we told them, if you believe the territory is yours, let's have a referendum. So because of course, I forgot to tell you that in 1979, Mauritania surrendered. We signed an agreement with Mauritania, and right now we have an excellent relation with Mauritania. So the only one left was France and Morocco. In 1991, the situation was so difficult for the Moroccan army that they could not continue the war. So what they said, they accepted the principle of having a referendum, which is what we wanted. Just let the people choose whether they want to be part of Morocco or by themselves. Because of the military pressure, the Moroccan accepted it. We signed a ceasefire in September 91 with the goal of having a referendum elections in February 92. As soon as we had the ceasefire, the Moroccans started moving settlers into the territory, so to fill the list of voters with their own settlers. That it forced the United Nations to start a process of identifying voters. And the United Nations, they appointed former Secretary of State James Baker. For 7 years, he was handling this issue, identifying who has the right to vote, who doesn't have the right to vote. Finally, it was in 2000 when Mr. Baker came up with a list of voters. The list of voters excluded all the Moroccans, it had only Sahrawis, and the Moroccans, they realized they have no chance of winning the referendum. So they start dragging their feet. They start refusing the referendum. And Mr. Baker tried his best, but he pushed the issue at the Security Council, but the French government who have the veto, as you know, they are one of the 5 countries that they have the veto, they did not allow Mr. Baker to proceed. And he resigned, and we're in a deadlock. And right now, we have this, we just had the former president of Germany, Mr. Kohler, who was leading the negotiation for the last 2 years. Again, he had to resign before yesterday because the French wanted to impose him an approach, which it seems to be that what we heard in the German media, that the French and probably the US were trying to force him to have an approach close to the Moroccan position, which he refused, and he stepped down. Right now, we're in a situation where anything can happen. We believe that probably we have to change. We are too small, but we don't like to go to war. But sometimes, war is not something that you choose, but you have to. We are forced. So we're in a moment now which anything can happen. We may go back to war. Maybe there will be some move by the UN, but the next 2-3 weeks is going to be very, very important. So this is an issue, as I said, this is an issue of decolonization. This is an issue of freedom for our continent. And we just, from here, on behalf of my people and on behalf of all the Africans who are freedom lovers, we ask you to have a place in your heart for the people of the Western Sahara, and just to subscribe to what our brothers and sisters in Southern Africa countries, in the African community, have done, and the steps that they're promising, they're taking. I just heard that last week, the government of Namibia, they adopted a law by which any interaction with any foreign government, the Namibian government will bring up the issue of Western Sahara. And this is the highest commitment you can get from any government. And we are so grateful to our brothers and sisters in Namibia and in the whole African continent. Morocco is completely isolated. The only support they get is from the French former colonies. But the majority of the African countries have been very, very supportive. Here we need your support, because in the United States Congress, Morocco has 18 companies doing lobby for Morocco. 18, 1-8. No other country has so many companies doing lobby for them. This is just because he doesn't have a case. If Morocco had a case, he would not try to get all this army of mercenaries, which are the lobbyists, paid lobbyists. We don't have the money, but we have the argument and we have the case. Fortunately, when I came to Washington, I've been the representative for the last 30 years. Senator Ted Kennedy took the issue. It became his own issue. And for those who know, I'm sure, the late Congressman Donald Payne, who we miss him. We miss him in Washington, in Congress. They have been the advocates for this issue for many, many years. And of course, both of them left. And now we have some friends. But unfortunately, the Black Caucus is not committed to this issue. And we know that Morocco, they have been trying to influence different caucuses in the Congress through these lobbying companies. And that's a challenge that we are facing in Washington, where we really need your help. Just to remind them that Africa is not yet free, that we have challenges in Africa. And if there is anybody who has the responsibility in the US Congress, it's the Black Caucus. That's what we hope. And that's one of the reasons why our brothers and sisters in Southern Africa, they had this extraordinary summit, just to call the attention of the world that here we still have an issue. So from here, I just want to thank you again for giving this opportunity to my people and to pray for us. We need a lot of prayers, because we believe that after all, everything will happen when somebody up there will decide at the right time and in the right way. So God bless you. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking so much of your time. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll hear more about how we can actively be involved from our President Terry Melvin later, but keep this issue at the forefront. It is amazing as DC is fighting for its independence that people of color around the country are also fighting to control and be their own. And so we are thankful for the ambassador for coming and keeping us abreast of that issue. Thank you. And now, I want to see if the Credentials Committee is ready. Credentials Committee? Okay, if the Credentials Committee is not ready. This week, a couple of days ago, you had the opportunity to be a part of a straw poll. Let me note for you right now, CBTU does not endorse. I'm gonna say that again for somebody. CBTU does not endorse, but it's important that we get the opinions of our members as we begin to advocate for issues with all of the candidates, but we wanted to know where you are as we partner with our allies around the country to get out to vote. So this morning, we're going to give you the results of that poll, and we're going to give you the vote. Before that, there is a video. Before we announce the winners, there is a video. Is it queued up?
Oh, the right to vote. The right to vote covers all of it. If you don't have the right to vote and the right to pick the people who make the policy, the public policy will always be against you. Everything revolves around public policy. I think Chairman Mao once said all political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Well, here it comes from the ballot box. And without the ballot box, you lose it all.
Ending gun violence. I had a friend of mine, her son was gunned down in the streets of Chicago. There is no justice. No one can find who actually killed her son. And we have to take the guns off the street.
I feel that, especially with our youth in our communities, we definitely need to get a better handle on that situation because it's affecting our community more than any other communities.
The kids killing kids, and the kids in Chicago, like they have no hope to live. So gun violence is a #1 priority for me.
Closing the racial wealth gap. I have acknowledged the fact that there are certain races that are doing more and being mistreated and not being paid properly, and that should not be the case. We should all have an opportunity to make fair wages and the right amount of wages based on the type of work that we put out there.
My #1 issue probably is disparity and the racial question for the country, because when that falls apart, all of the other issues also fall apart. And there's clearly a divide, a racial divide that's getting wider and wider and wider, which affects our economics, which affects our security, which affects our education and the ability to tap into resources that should be available to every single American.
It's criminal justice reform, because I feel like so many African Americans, especially African American males, have been wrongly accused of crimes and serving an excessive amount of time for minimal offenses.
And I would like to see that criminal justice reform restructured to not cater to minimum sentences, but at least decrease the number of sentences, the number of years that young black men are serving in prison for minimum crimes.
No, criminal justice reform is something else that I'm very passionate about, because our kids are being criminalized from the time that they're very young. the prison the school to prison pipeline is something that's killing us. A lot of our males are in jail, and proper education, again, funding and proper education for our people will make a huge difference in the future for us. So,
then we need to find a way to reintegrate those men back into the society, back into the family, because we do better when we start with the family unit and grow from there. So I think America owes it to our black and brown people, especially, like I said, our men, to reform it and reintegrate them into our society.
Other issue that everybody talks about reparations. Me per se, if you reparations may be a way to go, but me personally, I don't think it is, because if you educate the kids, right, the gap between the wealth and the poor, the white and black welfare gap, it'll diminish.
And education is the key to success. Education is the key to having a better and higher paying job, and we'll be able to close those gaps if we can get our leaders to put more money and funding into public education and also public higher education, because as we know, black women are the most educated segment of our nation, and that comes through higher education.
I believe that we invest in education, particularly at an early age, we see the benefits for years to come. When we look at all the cuts and the discussions about cuts to health care, both early education and higher education, one needs to be alarmed in terms of what's happening in our country.
Jobs with living wages. The fight for 15 is important. Our young people, we need to make sure they're starting at a good wage level so they can be more productive citizens and get them out of the poverty.
As part of the LGBT community, I noticed that wasn't included, and that's a big thing for me. And given what's going on now with number 45 and everything that he's doing against us, and I mean as a whole, not just the LGBT, but as a whole, women's rights. I mean, I just recently told a friend of mine, it looks like we're going back in time to when women didn't have rights. LGBT people were still in the closet and didn't dare step out of that.
Well, my number one issue right now is for everyone to have equal rights and justice and equality within this time, because there shouldn't be no one being underrepresented under this constitution. Why some people is being represented and some is not being represented, then now we know we have a big problem.
And number one issue is jobs with living wages. And a part of that being the fact that they're trying to get rid of unions, and we know unions is where there's good jobs with living wages.
Some of the important issues for me is climate control. Sometimes we don't think about how that affects us as a people. Also, the issues on healthcare, that's a big one, including Medicare information. That is also a priority for me. So I look at those things, and that is how I try to make my decision about who I'm going to vote for.
One of my concerns is Medicare or Social Security. I say that because of my mom, taking her to the doctor, the Social Security, it pays for part of her health benefits, but it don't pay for everything. And like when she have to get medications, because she's an asthmatic, the medication courses, and they tell you 1 minute you paying for it, and next year, the following year, you have to pay more. So that's the part that I'm really big on, because I believe every senior citizen or every person that has Medicare, they shouldn't even have to pay for medicine because they did their time.
One of my issues is I hope that they give everybody Medicaid and make sure that our Social Security is around and our pension is around when we retire, because some of us are young and not ready to go. And I just hope that we can work on that, keeping that intact.
We need to have somebody in there that's going to really do us some justice, really put us in a place where we can all be a family together, work together, and do the right things. Meaning that we need our Social Security done right, our health done right. I work for the health hospital division, and it's very hard for us to move forward, because he's not looking at us as a black family. He's just looking at us as like a spot. And
and I appreciate the way we're moving right now with CBTU. I am very happy to be a part of this.
As a Canadian, we have the privilege of having our healthcare covered entirely, for the most part anyways, and I think that, you know, families and folks, especially in our community, shouldn't have to worry about the decision to put food on their table or take care of their medical bills. And so if there was Medicare for all, we'd have a healthier community, we'd have a healthier society, and people would be able to go out and maintain a living that's at a high standard.
I would say one thing that's really dear to my heart is really kind of retirement and security. While I know I'm not at the age right now, but I'm to retire, say maybe in the next 10 years. And the way I see it now is that a lot of things in retirement is not happening as what we will like it to be, meaning pensions and things of that nature are not in a way fashion that it should be. You know, you're having to retire later versus earlier.
We've done our part. We've paid into the pension system. We put the years of service in, doing a job that most can't do. And now they're trying to tell us that it's not going to be available for us because they didn't do their job. So it's time to hold them accountable about, you know, the fact that when it comes to pensions, it was a promise to us. It's not something that they told us we might get. It was something that was told us it was a condition of our employment. Being a condition of our employment, we have a right to it. And that's what we're going to fight for.
I'm from Canada, but everything trickles north. So whatever's happening in the U.S. trickles north. And we already see you guys have a 45 who's special, and we now have a Doug Ford in Ontario who's equally special. So, you know, we want to make sure that things are going right in your country because it's a very influential country. It influences a lot of other groups. The rise of hate groups in your country has led to a rise of hate group in our country. And so we are intertwined within the struggle. That's why we all participate so much in CBTU as well, to let you know that struggle is from one voice, as Cleola had said earlier today.
It is clear in this video that CBTU has been part of this struggle since its beginning. It is imperative that each one of you take from that video your activism when you leave Atlanta and go into your own cities and your own states and make sure that you continually to participate. I will note again, CBTU does not endorse. We are not partisan. We are nonpartisan. So for that, I'm going to give you the results of the poll, the straw poll. There was a total of 636 ballots. There were 2 write-in ballots cast. 30% of the ballot cast did not name a preference for president. Only 5 candidates earned more than single-digit votes. O'Rourke came close with 9 votes, and Mayor Bill de Blasio, as a write-in, earned 3 votes. It's some New Yorkers in the house. Which was equal to or more than the remaining candidates. Here now are the top 10 presidential preferences from the CBTU straw poll. Number 5, Elizabeth Warren with 29 votes. Number 4, Senator Cory Booker with 46 votes. Number 3, Bernie Sanders with 58 votes. Number 2, Kamala Harris with 63 votes. And the winner of the CBTU 2019 presidential straw poll is Vice Presidential Joe Biden with 387 votes. I see folk voted. Yes, yes. There was more diversity amongst the vice presidential candidate nominees. The top 10 favorite choices for Vice President are number 10, Pete Buttigieg with 5 votes, Christine Gillibrand, 10 votes. Julio Castro and Tim Ryan tied with 11 votes. Beto O'Rourke, 19 votes. Elizabeth Warren, 49 votes. Joe Biden with 55 votes. Number 3, Bernie Sanders with 87 votes. Now, this is the vice president. Number 2, Cory Booker with 131 votes. And your number 1 choice for Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, with 184 votes. Hence, the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists' dream ticket is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I like that. I like that. The top issues, a part of the poll also was to identify the top issues. You sent a clear message about the issues you care about, as noted in the video, and what the candidates are to address. The top 5 issues for CBTU voters are Medicare, Social Security, ending gun violence, voting rights protection, criminal justice reform, and jobs with living wages. Jobs with living wages. That concludes the straw poll. Thank you again for this huge, successful poll. Now, I want to bring before you for an additional overview of this poll and our political concerns, our own president, Terry Melvin.
Good morning, CBTU. Oh, y'all look good out there this morning. Y'all look good. Let me take a point of personal privilege. 29 years ago, I stood before an altar and said, I love you and I'll marry you until I take you for the rest of my life, and I thought I loved her. 29 years ago, I know without a shadow of a doubt, I love this woman. I tell folks, when you get married, you in life, you in lust. But if you've been through some struggles, if you done had some children, after you ain't know how you were going to pay your bills, then you realize that's love. All right, back to the business at hand. Let me just make one correction from what Sister Regina was telling y'all. We was the first labor organization to endorse Barack Obama. So while many of our chapters stay in the nonpartisan realm, there are some that get out there and just I'm trying to say that the right way. I caught myself. There's some that really go out there and whoop folks' tail, okay? They're cleaning up. They're cleaning up. Thank you. I got my wife looking at me here, and Cleo looking at me there. I'm trying. So we will, with our C5 arm of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, if there is a deserving national candidate, we will be the first to step up for black folks across this nation and make an endorsement. Now with our C3 arm, if we're going to use that arm, y'all don't do that. Don't commingle the money. Cause us to get in trouble, and I ain't going to jail for none of y'all. Love y'all, but I ain't going to jail for you. Now, I'm proud to be standing in this moment. Proud to be able to say that according to the CBTU poll, or the issues that resonate the most with CBTU members are, we've got something to say, and we're going to make them listen. Let me mention a few takeaways from the poll results. The poll said that we can and will speak for ourselves and for working class communities we come from. Number one. Number two, also the poll is only the beginning, not the end of the conversation in CBTU about the 2020 landscape. Number three, we do know the priorities you want candidates to address seriously in policy and consistently their actions, and that is critical to hold them accountable. Here's my take on the poll numbers. The results say that Joe Biden right now is a strong, popular frontrunner with CBTU members and leaders, as might be expected. Yet, the 30% of the folks who voted in the poll did not pick a candidate suggested there's some folks out there still looking. That means Biden still has to close the deal with black working class voters like CBTU members to capture the Democratic nomination. Somebody, whoever talking to Joe, need to tell him to pay a visit to sanitation workers in Philly or LPNs in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. Somebody need to tell Joe that bus drivers are waiting for him to roll up in the yard, that crossing guards have a few things to tell him. Somebody needs to tell him he need to be out there with us to see what we want him to be doing. The strong showing of Kamala Harris and Cory Booker for VP sends a powerful message to the Democratic Party that there better be some color on the Democratic ticket if you want to fully energize and maximize black voter turnout in 2020. Don't play with us. Finally, I want to leave you with a few reminders. This is an early snapshot. After the Democratic debate next month, that's probably going to go on for 4 weeks with all them candidates. Who knows which candidates might rise or sink? Keep an open mind, all of you. Do your own homework on candidates and issues. Share, share, share. Share this information and other materials you receive. This is not money. Don't hoard it. Information is not money in this case. Don't hoard it. We got to share with each other. If we want to be in the conversation, then we have to be about the conversation. Engage in town halls. Talk about it in the barbershops. Talk about it in the beauty salons. Go out after the Racial Maddow show. Go talk to somebody about what you're seeing. Wherever you're going, we've got to engage our community, our family, and our friends in the conversation about 2020. And when we leave this convention, we've got to start at the airport. Start with the Uber when you leave here. When you get to the airport, talking to people. When you land on the other side, start talking to people. When you go to your churches, start talking to people. This conversation has to start getting moved, and we've got to move our community. So let's crank up the volume and let's let them know we will be heard and you will deal with our issues. God bless you.
Now you got your orders, and so what he said was is when you on Facebook and all of that, that rather than put what you ate, rather than put what you ate that day, then you should probably engage in some civic conversation about our future. That's what he said. Now, that's what I got out of what he said. That's what I got out of what he said. So on social media, y'all got it. Y'all got y'all cell phones on. Y'all need to start putting this in there. Okay, thank you. Now, what we're going to do next, I've got a couple of little revisions. I'm going to bring up Peyton Wilkins, who will introduce the Carrot panel and that which follows. Give him a round of applause.
everybody doing? Yeah. Last time y'all seen me around this time, I was about 20 pounds lighter. I tried to put on my yellow shirt and I couldn't fit it. So if anybody needs a medium, come find me afterwards. You can have mine, okay? I know they sold out in the back. But this year, we'll be talking about the greatest crisis of our lifetime. By the end of this year, 10 million people will die in Yemen of starvation. We have killed, since the Industrial Revolution, 85% of living organisms on this planet. Hell, Thanos only wanted 50%. The crisis is climate change. Climate change's antecedent and agitator is an extractive-based economy that effectively puts a price on life. In the case of Flint, the price of their lives were 11 cents per person. It would only took $10,000 to protect the people of Flint from the water crisis that happened. If you are under the impression that things will fix themselves, that there will be some new type of invention that will clean up climate change and save our world, you are delusional. The wealthy, they are not betting on this planet. What's Jeff Bezos been up to lately? What's the Tesla guy, Elon Musk, been up to lately? Space exploration. They don't even like living next door to us. You think they're going to take us out to space with them? In order to be prepared for this crisis, we need a just transition. We need policy that protects and supports us through this transition. The Green New Deal has the potential of being the greatest economic growth opportunity since the FHA was invented after World War II. Thank you. Come on, clap it up. But you all know what happened when FHA was created. We were effectively redlined out of the economic growth opportunity. So while these third and fourth generation homeowners that have inherited a home that their parents bought for $20,000 that is now worth $300,000, and then they turn around and tell us we're not working hard enough. We as labor hold a unique, black labor hold a unique responsibility. We stand on the vanguard of this just transition. We can no longer have any middle of the road policy. We need radical change. This time we must be the architect of our future, the captains of our destiny and the masters of our fate. Without further ado, allow me to introduce this next panel. They are all dear friends, colleagues, mentors, and thought leaders. So please join me in welcoming them. Cecil Corbin Mark, Jacqueline Patterson, Lionel Wilkins, and Eric Mann.
Sit over there, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, CBTU. Okay, this side has had their coffee or whatever they need in the morning. This side I'm not so sure about. Good morning, CBTU. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time because I sometimes, when I'm not as bad as my mama would not like me to be, go to a black church, and I need a little bit of love from you all down in the pews down here. Good morning, CBTU. All right, all right, all right. Thank you very much. I want to thank Peyton Wilkins for all of his hard work in helping to assemble this panel. I want to thank the folks from the CBTU for having us have this conversation. And I want to also extend lots of thanks to our illustrious panelists, Donnell Wilkins, Jackie Patterson, Donnell Wilkins of the Green Door Institute in Detroit, Michigan, Jackie Patterson from the NAACP, and Eric Mann with Los Angeles, oops, I forgot. Labor Community Strategy Center. Thank you. I've known Eric for years, and that bobble should not have happened. I apologize. I'm the moderator for today's panel. I'm Cecil Corbin-Mark. I'm with We Act for Environmental Justice in Harlem. Thank you. Harlem's in the house. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, all right. I know, right? I want to just quickly set the table for this panel. Our charge is to share with you the intersections between why the labor movement and why communities of color need to be working together on this issue of the climate crisis. For those of us who are on this panel, this is a no-brainer for us. But for many of our brothers and sisters who are in labor, this may not be yet something that you have pulled together as a key frontline set of thoughts for yourselves. And so today we just want to explore why particularly those of us organizing in communities of color around the issue of climate believe that we desperately need partners in labor at all levels, the local level, the state level, and most critically, the national level, to really be deeply engaged on this conversation with what we describe as frontline communities. Those are communities that are on the ground, whether they are African American, Black communities, Latino communities, Asian American communities, indigenous peoples in the United States, why they are on the front line of the climate crisis. It's not because we choose to be at the front of this line, but it is indeed because our communities are the ones that are described in the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report as described as being those that are most vulnerable. It's because many of our communities have the least and most limited resources to be able to confront the climate crisis. It's because many of our communities are already in harm's way when it comes to the climate crisis. If we look at certain things like the many days in our summers where we have heat waves, our communities are already experiencing some of the negative effects of climate crisis. Just by show of hands, how many of you have allergies or experience hay fever or any of that sort of stuff during the summertime? I know I do. I'm suffering with it already today. Well, those communities are on the front lines of the climate crisis because as the climate changes and as our weather patterns create increased levels of pollen in our neighborhoods, we are experiencing these challenges first and worst, as some of these reports tell us. The other reason that our communities are on the front lines of this climate crisis is also because our communities are also home to the extractive industries that are fueling the climate crisis. So the extraction of oil, the extraction of coal, the extraction of natural gas, to the point of essentially pillaging the earth and her ability to keep the climate in the right space that it should be. Those industries are happening on the ground in our communities. And while they may indeed be creating employment for some of our folks, they are fueling this existential crisis, and they are indeed also harming our communities in terms of the health of our residents in communities of color across this country. And so we see this possibility of building stronger and ever clearer connections between the labor union, some of which is already going on, some of which has been long-standing, but much of which still needs to get deeper and better as one of the tools that is necessary in the fight for fixing the climate challenge that we are confronting. And so I'm going to turn to our panelists and engage both in some presentation and some questions and answers as we sort of trot out for you why we believe this is a critical partnership and why we hope that as CBTU, in addition to sort of marching forward towards the 2020 elections, that wherever you stand in the labor movement, that you will join us in the environmental justice movement, in the social justice movements, for fighting for the climate crisis and protecting our communities as we look to put policies in place that will both protect the climate, make sure that our economy transitions away from the fossil fuel use in a way that is both just and equitable, and make sure that in that transition that our communities are not just seen as workers, but potential owners of the future means of production moving forward. And so I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to invite Eric Mann to kick off with 5 minutes of a conversation starter for us, and then we will all engage in some dialogue and questions around our piece. So, Eric.
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me, everybody? So my name is Eric Mann, and I'm with the Labor Community Strategy Center in Los Angeles. My roots go back to the Congress of Racial Equality in Harlem in 1964, Newark Community Union Project. I work with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. And if it has black in the name, from Black Panther to League of Revolutionary Black Struggle to working with Lou Moy at the United Auto Workers, I've been part of it. I've been an assembly line. I've been an assembly line worker for over 10 years at the UAW, at both the Ford Milpitas and at General Motors in Van Nuys. And I led a movement to keep the GM Van Nuys plant open for 10 years, which was mainly a black and Latino plant, in which we built the Labor Community Coalition, which meant the black and Latino community is the reason we were able to keep that plant open. Now, I just want to say a very few things and then just outline form. One is that I think the root of this problem really is in 1492. It really is, with the Europeans coming here to savage. They are the savages and they're the barbarians who came to these shores and wiped out 100 million people who had built up an advanced civilization since 16,000 years before the Europeans, and they were able to wipe out 90% of the population in a century. And unfortunately, that's not ancient history, because today we have 1 million black people in prison. We have the indigenous people stuck on reservations with no real land rights, and we have Latinos being locked up as prisoners in their own country. So the reason I say that is because you can't build a democracy on a base of genocide. I don't believe you can. And you can't expect a country based on genocide to solve the climate crisis, which means that it's going to take CBTU, it's going to take the NAACP, it's going to take all of us to build a movement to not just change the economy, but change the whole worldview of this country. And then the last two thoughts I just want to say is, one is that in Los Angeles, we have a campaign for free public transportation and stop the attack on black passengers, because they're charging people $100 a month to ride these buses and trains, and when you can't afford it, you're arrested for so-called fare evasion. And I'll tell you right now that people can't afford anything, and they're going to arrest people for everything if we don't stop it. So the last thing I want to say is the role of books. I have 2 books here. One is called Playbook for Progressives, The 16 Qualities of a Successful Organizer, and the other is called, this is Katrina's Legacy, The Black Nation and the People of the World Confront the U.S. Imperialist White Settler State and its Genocidal Climate Crimes. And to make clear what genocidal climate crimes, there's 100,000 people missing from New Orleans because of Katrina, and sub-Saharan Africa is in grave, grave danger because of the emissions. So let's build a movement and let's build this conversation.
Thank you, Eric. What I want to do is start with an opening question to further illuminate for this audience of CBTU. I want to lay the groundwork for them in having them have a better understanding of what's going on in communities of color across this country. Can we talk a little bit about the issue of how the environment and people's health are interconnected, and how, especially for African American communities, Black communities, and other communities of color, these are not healthy times. And so I wanted to start with Donnell, and then move to Jackie, and then come back to Eric as well.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Donnell Wilkins, and I am with the Green Door Initiative, which is in the city of Detroit. And all right, D's in the house, okay.
The D is in the house.
And so actually been working and fighting this fight since the early, since the early 90s, but I'm going to just share real quickly my labor roots and how I got into the environmental justice work, because it was my activism and organizing around health and safety in the workplace, and particularly interested in Black workers who disproportionately impacted by being in the worst kind of jobs and really not being involved back then in as they could be in the occupational health and safety advocacy work. So my COSH groups, Coalitions on Occupational Safety and Health, allowed me to go into the plants, work with workers, work with various unions to bring attention to those issues, because we weren't really retiring and being able to enjoy our retirement. You may know a lot of people who once retired, 2-3 years out, they're gone. And they're gone because they've been exposed to chemicals and that kind of thing. What got me into the environmental justice work was I had an opportunity to attend the first environmental justice conference or summit. It wasn't called that, but in 1991, and the light came on. It hit me while I'm in the plants and I'm working with health and safety committees and whatever, training and all of that, just wonderful stuff, that the things that were coming out of the stacks and stuff were impacting communities where Mama and them lived, my people lived, my community lived. And it hit me at that moment that who was speaking for them? And why do I say that? Fast forwarding, there was a recent story in Detroit about a little boy who's 10 years old who died in his mother's arms because he could not breathe. And while people were very upset, as they should be, that this mother could not gain access to transportation, and she called 911 and couldn't get someone there in time, I was thinking, why is this little boy suffering? Why could he not breathe? And this is a common issue. Places like Detroit, Harlem, where we are heavily populated, LA, we are disproportionately impacted with asthma, and they're linking it to air pollution and air quality. If we could limit it to air quality, I don't know anyone in this room who can live without air. I'd like to meet you, okay? Or oxygen. I need to meet you. I need to meet someone who cannot live without water, right? Because the incident in Flint, Michigan, where 12,000 children, all right, Flint, I hear you, 12,000 children were poisoned by their drinking water and poisoned with lead. When you talk about health impacts, this is something that we're dealing with. When you cannot breathe, when you cannot access water for not only consumption, but use. And recently, just yesterday, I saw in the news a story that Flint has even been advised not to try to drink their water because of PFAS. Mm-hmm. Now, Donnell, what is PFAS? You're hearing that a lot in the news. Well, every one of us need to be concerned about that in our own communities, because it is an impact that comes from a variety of really complicated chemicals that get dumped into our water systems. And because our water infrastructure may not be designed to process that in a way that keeps us healthy and clean and safe, it has become a major problem. So those things are just a few of the items with regard to public health and the reason that we depend on our environment to be healthy, clean, for us all to thrive.
Jackie?
Sure, thank you. Thank you. So it's an honor to be here with you all today. I was born on the south side of Chicago. Anybody from Chicago in the house? Thank you. And I was born knowing about unions. It was my father was a diesel mechanic, and from as early as I understood language, I remember my father talking about the importance of being a member of his union, and how they fought for the rights of him as one of the workers in this large company where he worked on diesel trucks. And fast forward to today, my father died in 2011 of it was a complications from just pulmonary fibrosis, which they counted for environmental exposures in terms of how they thought that evolved, because he never smoked a day in his life, but yet he came up with this illness that they weren't able to cure. And we live within about 30 miles of two coal-fired power plants in Chicago, and coal-fired power plants are known to contribute to respiratory illnesses, from asthma to chronic pulmonary disease and so forth. And so I wonder about those connections in terms of where we lived and how my father died prematurely, really, of this disease that usually is striking people who smoke, and he never smoked, as I said. So when we do this work now, I think about the communities that I've met with. I met with someone in Indiana who worked in a coal-fired power plant and had died prematurely. I met with someone that person didn't die, who's the daughter of a person who died from lung disease, and he lived in a coal-fired power plant, never smoked a day in his life, and she also attributes that to his environmental exposure. And so I'm excited to have as chair of this initiative we started 18 months ago, called the Black Labor Initiative on Just Transition. And Peyton Wilkins of the CBTU is the chair of that initiative that the NAACP has started, because we really want to be accountable to labor in the work that we're doing around transitioning away from industries and practices that are harming our communities and harming workers. We wrote a op-ed on black lung disease that's affecting folks who are working in the coal mines. As you know, 76,000 coal miners have died of black lung disease since 1968, while the National Mining Association, that's supposed to be protecting the health of their workers, has fought against the type of protections that they would have gotten over the years. And so we consider ourselves to be accountable to the workers who are affected from a transition away from an industry that's harming workers and communities. And so when we think about, we put all of these stories together, whether it's my father or the father in Indiana, or the child in Florida who is now having to be dependent on medicines to be able to breathe from day to day, who lives 2 miles away from a coal-fired power plant, but is often out of school. His parents are out of work, taking him to the hospital constantly just so he can breathe. And another child who isn't able to go to school like other kids because of the poor air quality days. We know African American children are 3 to 5 times more likely to enter in the hospital from asthma attacks, and 2 to 3 times more likely to die of asthma attacks. We know in Chicago, the Harvard School of Public Health found that the 2 coal-fired power plants that were near my home were that 40 asthma deaths and 1,000 hospitalizations every single year were accountable to those 2 coal-fired power plants. And so this is the work that we do to try to address those, but wanting to make sure that we are accountable to black labor to ensure that there isn't a negative impact as we make this transition. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. So from marathon refineries in Detroit to coal-fired power plants in Chicago, situations in Indiana. Eric, can you tell us a little bit about the ground in Los Angeles and how these extractive industries are impacting the health of communities of color in Los Angeles?
Yeah, and I mean, thank you. I mean, first of all, we're all rooted in this public health beginning of how we understand the environment and the urban crisis. So we began, I was an auto worker, as you know, and was involved in the campaign to keep the plant open. And then when I went to the People of Color Environmental Justice Summit, where Danielle and I were, and Cecil was, and everybody, is I got much more aware of environmental questions. And I went back and found all the emissions that were coming out of the General Motors plant that I had fought to keep open, including the paints and the solvents and the whole industrial processes before we even got the car out the door, were killing the community and killing us. So the relationship of health and safety, community safety, racism, you know, we get that. Then I worked on a book called LA's Lethal Air, because we wanted to study the problems of air pollution in Los Angeles. And again, I was shocked. We didn't know, we were not public health scientists, and one thing I'll tell you is that you don't need to be. Certainly in the age of Google, seriously, I mean, we just started researching this stuff ourselves, and we learned about 1,3-butadiene, and we learned about oxides of nitrogen and reactive organic gases. And there's studies saying that these things kill the rats. They lead to the metastasis of cancer. Not just, some create cancers, but others lead to the metastasis of cancer. So it's a chemical society that's been produced, so we try to figure out what to do about it. So we built a group called the Bus Riders Union, which some of you may know about, and there's a film, a wonderful film by Haskell Wexler called Bus Riders Union, which is 3 years of the organizing that we did. And we decided that we were going to focus on, back then, free public transportation. We had a campaign called Billions for Buses. And through a long process, including the federal courts, we won 2,500 compressed natural gas buses to replace the entire diesel fleet. We had a million hours of additional service that we won, and we reduced the fares. So guess what happened? First of all, the federal courts, the right wing went into the federal courts and took away virtually all the civil rights protections that we had won, so we can no longer bring a lot of these class action suits. Then, unfortunately, the Democrats in Los Angeles decided to go back into train construction, and because they didn't like us, because, you know, if you take them to federal court, they say, well, why take me to federal court? Because you violated the Civil Rights Act. They took away the million hours. They raised the fare from $50 to $100, and now we're in a crisis where public transportation is reduced. So the last thing is that I think for all of us, we've gone from an understanding of the environmental crisis to the climate crisis. And in 1991, I wasn't thinking about climate. I was thinking about, you know, we're going to be here forever, and we have to deal with these other issues. And now I'm realizing we may not be here forever because we don't control the conditions of the world in this, you know, is the fundamentally extractive nature of the whole society. So what we're trying to do now is focus a lot on greenhouse gas reduction as well, because all the things that come out of the car and all the things that come out of the factory are both killing you and killing the planet at the same time. And that's sort of the direction we're going in, and the next question I'll deal with what we're trying to do about it. But I think this free public transportation is a critical mass demand for the black community and for communities of color, because people cannot get to jobs. And one more thing, you're always in a conscious raising process. I was yelling, hey, it's great about compressed natural gas. And the brothers and sisters from the Indigenous Environmental Network said, no, you don't know what compressed natural gas is. It's on our reservations, and we don't want it. We don't want that extraction. So we have to move to electric, zero emissions, and life is a constant conscious raising process.
Thank you, Eric. I want to move the conversation. So you've heard a little bit about Los Angeles, a little bit about Chicago, a little bit about Detroit. Please do not be fooled to think that these are stories that are unique. I know you know what's going on in your communities. And so what we would ask is that as you leave this space, think about your communities and how some of these issues that we have raised with regards to air pollution, with regards to extractive industries being in the midst of our communities, and how they might be impacting the quality of health in your community as well. So try to make those connections. I want to move the conversation next to, so we've talked about the health realities, we've talked a little bit about the interconnectivity between sort of the production process, whether it's the production of energy through the extraction of oil or natural gas, refining, coal-fired power plants, making electricity, et cetera, the production of autos, and how those emissions get into the air and impact communities in Los Angeles. I want to move us to talk a little bit about the issue of the economy that we are a part of, right? And so tell this audience a little bit more about what's going on. I'm sure they're well aware, but connect those two things for us, the economy and the issue of the climate crisis. Let's do that next, right? So again, Donnell, do you want to kick off?
So part of the work that we do at the Green Door Initiative, we do workforce development, and we provide job training, we provide connecting workers, community folks to jobs, and we also help to leverage those people to help them develop businesses in the green and environmental economy. So for me, this may sound a little weird, but as I observe the conditions that climate change and a poor environment has created, I actually see it as an opportunity, because someone has to clean it up, someone has to rebuild, someone has to create resiliency, someone has to manage. There are jobs in that. And I think this is an important conversation when it comes to the labor movement and the environment, because it's always been seen as jobs versus the environment. And I think that that is a false dichotomy. There are opportunities to transition into an environment, an economy that supports a clean environment. So we have this little motto: we restore hope in the people while providing help to the planet. In a feasibility study that I did, the fastest growing jobs is within the green economy. There are opportunities to transition industry to focus on how to make their products most environmentally friendly and supportive of the environment. We have been able to prove that that prediction for jobs is pretty true. 90% job placement. About 2% of our workforce really have started their own businesses and have come back as employers and interviewed trainees, future trainees. Since 2011, we trained nearly 300 individuals out of the city of Detroit. About a third of them are returning citizens. This is an economy that we all can enjoy. So when you think about the issues of restoring wetlands so that our ecosystems can withstand the big storms, hurricanes, and whatever. That was one of the causes with Hurricane Katrina. A total erosion of beaches and wetlands because the natural ecosystem had been damaged. Well, someone has to rebuild that, restore that. There is much opportunity, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry if we really wrap our heads around that. We here at CBTU can get in front of this. We need to be at the tables. The Green New Deal is one of those opportunities to get behind now, and I'll let someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable about the Green New Deal talk about that. But you hear it, There are a number of folks we've observed who are considering running for the presidency who have been in discussions about the Green New Deal, and what is preeminent in it is how to address environmental justice impacts and opportunities for us to get engaged in that economy.
So Jackie?
Thank you. Yeah, so a few years ago, the American Association of Blacks in Energy came out with a report that found that the energy sector is a $6 trillion sector, that African Americans hold approximately 1.1% of the jobs in the energy sector, and African American community gains 0.01% of the revenue from the energy sector. But yet, we are more likely to live next to toxic facilities that are creating our energy, including we put out a couple of reports over the last few years chronicling this: cold-blooded, putting profits before people, fumes across the fence line. Talked about how we're more likely to live next to the oil and gas industry and the coal industry, and we pay the price for this with our lives, as we said in our other earlier examples. We also found that when we're talking about the energy economy, fossil fuel industry is not only using its profits, its extreme profits. On average, a coal company CEO makes $9.8 million a year, while on average the workers make $33,840 a year, which means the CEOs make on average 289 times the amount of the average worker. And those profits that those companies, those millions of dollars, billions of dollars in profits that the companies make, they put towards not only fighting against clean air and clean water and clean energy and energy efficiency, but they also pay into groups like ALEC that pushes back on everything from workers' rights, pushes forward on school privatization, water privatization, and also voter suppression. And so really the fossil fuel economy is actively working against us while we receive very few benefits from the fossil fuel economy. And so for us, we see that we need to make this transition. So after putting out kind of all the negative reports, including those reports I mentioned, and most recently a report called Fossil Fueled Foolery, we also put out a report called Power to the People, and a report on just energy policies, reducing pollution, creating jobs, really reinforcing what Donnell just said, is that we have so much opportunity in the new energy economy, and that it's time for us to really take the reins of control over the new energy economy. So we're no longer having statistics like African American family making $50,000 a year is more likely to live next to a toxic facility than a white American family making $15,000 a year. We have to change that equation, and we have to change the equations that put us at the bottom of the economic ladder. So we have the power to do that, and that's why we put together the Black Labor Initiative on Just Transition, so that we are positioning Black labor in leadership. That's why we put together initiatives like our Power Up Employment Project, where we're training returning citizens on how to do energy efficiency and solar installation, so that again and then also on how to create businesses, while we're advocating for policies like local hire provisions and disadvantaged business enterprise provisions for women-owned and minority-owned businesses, while we're making sure that we are in the driver's seat when it comes to the new energy economy on all levels, while we launched the Solar Equity Initiative last year, where we did an installation in Los Angeles on the Genesee Center for Domestic Violence Prevention and Intervention, not only saving the money for that facility so that they could put it towards the much needed services for the survivors of violence, but also training the women to do solar installations themselves. And now those women are actually employed in the solar industry. And we know the financial security is the biggest antidote towards to be financially secure and to get out of domestic violence situations. So there's so many co-benefits and so many intersectional benefits to making sure that we're in the leadership in this new transition, and so many opportunities to do so. Thank you.
So Eric, just close us out on that piece very quickly. And then I'm going to move us to have a bit of a conversation about movements, the environmental justice movement, the labor movement, et cetera. So just close us out on this sort of the economy and how it is sort of fueling and creating these challenges about our crisis.
Well, one thing about movement building is I want to be clear that it's not like Janelle is saying something, Jackie's saying something, and I'm saying something. We're saying the same thing. So when she chooses to emphasize a point, I want to say that's already been made. Thank you. And then when Jackie makes a point, we're in the same movement together. So I want to just add a third component to this rather than thinking it's a separate component, which is I think we're not paying enough attention to struggling over public money. And we're thinking the economy is only, not we, but they want us to think the economy is only the private sector. In Los Angeles, the MTA has a $7 billion budget. In the county has a $30 billion budget. We're doing work on domestic violence right now, and a lot because a lot of the organizers, the young women of color with whom we work, unfortunately, it's an integral part of their lives. We're working with Peace Over Violence, a group in Los Angeles, to try to understand this. So I want to focus on a couple of things. The system moves in very revolutionary ways that we can't control. They brought slaves here, and we shouldn't agree with that, and then they decided to get rid of the slave system, not for any good reasons. They moved to an industrial system, and then black labor followed the industrial system, and when black people finally got into the job, they said, sorry, we're moving into the technology system. That's virtually all white and some degree Asian Pacific Islander, in which black people are excluded. So there's a lot of forces beyond which we can fully control, although we're trying. And I think another thing we have to do is fight over the public funds, which is a critical part of the economy. There's $1 trillion invested in the defense industry, the warfare industry, that we should be bringing into communities of color and divesting from the war economy and move to that. And the last point I want to say about the economy is that we should be building our own institutions as part of this economy. The Strategy Center now has Strategy and Soul Movement Center. There's a young man named Channing Martinez who's helping to run it. We have our own film theater. We have our own bookstore. We're going to develop strategy and soul food. We're going to develop the fight for the soul of cities. We bought a house. And the reason I'm saying that is because the gentrification that's taking place right now, which is another word for genocide, is we have to start developing black-owned community institutions that we can buy private property and because the individual black homeowner cannot solve the problem of this voracious market. But we can collectively build homes to save people, even if you're dispersed from Harlem. We have institutions in Harlem. I operate right now in South Central Los Angeles, and we're raising money to get community institutions. There's also LA Can, there's COCO, we call it community capital, and I'd like to continue that conversation. So picture all three of us as a continuum, and we'll keep the conversation going.
Great, thank you, Eric. I see you. I promise I will get to the questions. That will be my next thing. So what we've talked about a little bit here is the health impacts that some of the extractive economy has laid forward. We've talked about how that negatively impacts communities of color. We've also talked about these links between the economic system, both the privately driven economic parts of our system and the publicly driven parts of our economic system, and how they operate with certain assumptions of how things should be done. A lot of the assumptions are based on sort of extracting these resources from the earth to maximize the amounts of profits that those at the top of those systems get, not the workers, not the communities in which they are extracting from. And that's a model that is flawed and has driven us to the brink of too many greenhouse gas emissions, fueling this climate crisis and exposing communities that are on the front lines to the challenges of poor health, no access to sort of all of the levers of this economy, and the issue of now being on the brink of extinction in terms of the climate crisis. And that's not hyperbole to be able to say that our climate crisis is driving this system, this planet, to extinction. I just want to say that, and have a final discussion here at this group, and then we'll turn to the audience to ask questions. We have seen over the course of the history of social movements in the United States that every time that our economy and our political system drive us towards these challenges where Workers are oppressed, their health is threatened, their inability to make a decent wage impacts their ability to sustain their families. The issues of corporate greed and rampant sort of profit seeking for the 1%. We have had social movements that have responded to these things, right? The climate crisis, or the way in which the economy drives towards sort of destruction of the earth as a means of profiteering. We've had movements that have said, no, that's not the balance that we need in a just world, right? And so can we talk a little bit about both the environmental justice movements, its connection and historical work with labor, the environmental movement and its work with labor, and the labor movement and its work with us. And let's lay the table there for this conversation, and then we'll close out and turn to the audience for questions.
So for those who don't know, I am an active, longtime member and participant of CBTU's CARET team, the Community Action Response Against Toxins, and work very closely, have seen a real benefit to working very closely with the labor movement, particularly in Detroit, to do the work that we do. Because we do not want to be seen as anti-jobs. We don't want to be seen as getting in the way of people making a living. We do actually believe that we can have both. We can have a strong economy, we can have a healthy community, but it has to happen together. And that model, I would encourage those of you who are not involved at your local level with a local CARET team to get involved, because that model brings strength to impact public policy and to bring about change in our communities. What's the model? It is community, environmental justice folks like myself working together with rank and file and leadership of unions, coming together, linking up, having the same voice, speaking the same thing, being of the same mind as we move on these issues. And I am not naive in the idea that this is not an uncomfortable conversation. This is not uncomfortable. I get that. It is. But I do believe we can make things happen, because as we work to improve the community's environmental impacts, that same sort of energy and power can improve inside the workplace, because you're the front line in the workplace when it comes to those exposures. So coming together, united on these issues, help us move forward, and linking our community with the job opportunities that you as organized labor are very familiar with is a strong and powerful statement and a powerful force.
Thank you. Jackie?
Yeah, so the union model, like even the word union is as Donnell as well illustrated, is at the very core of what of the models that we're going to need to survive this climate transition and this climate crisis, really, that we're already in and that will only get worse. We're now putting out a toolkit called Resourcing Revolutionary Resilience, and it's rooted in this notion of it being about the collective in order for us to be able to survive. As we know, there's an African proverb, when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. We're not into tying up lions as environmentalists, but you get the idea. But the notion is that we really can only survive it together. We can really only survive it united, both at this larger level and then at the local level, really working on, we have these, in this Resourcing Revolutionary Resilience, we use this framework where we look at extractive investment, as Cecil said, inward investment, extractive investment meaning, from corporations that are just coming to get something out of communities, inward investment where even well-meaning foundations or other types of grants, but they come in with strings that maybe take us away from the agenda that the community actually wants. And then there's internal investment where we actually are raising and controlling our own revenue and raising and controlling our own destiny. And that's where we're really pushing towards. So in this toolkit, we're talking about ways that we can build on union models where we're really all coming together collectively, all for one and one for all. So, so really, we look forward to taking leadership, as we said, through the Black Labor Initiative and otherwise, from the union models and from the union leaders who really know what it takes to have a thriving economy. So that's the kind of partnership and that's the kind of models that we think are going to not only take us through in terms of surviving these crises, but actually thriving. Thank you.
Eric, close us out on that point.
For me, the central question right now is the training of organizers and the rebuilding of an organizing culture. When I was with CORE, I was approached by a black porter named Eddie Barnes from the Trailways bus terminal, and he said that the black porters were not getting jobs as bus drivers, as ticket agents, and information clerks. And I helped to organize with Eddie a boycott of Trailways, and thanks to having a group like CORE, we did Philadelphia, we did New York, we did DC, and we broke the back of Trailways. And this is in the north, or as Fannie Lou Hamer would say, down north. We went and we integrated the entire Port Authority, which, why did it have to be integrated in 1964? Think about that. But it took one Eddie Barnes, frankly, and one Eric Mann to move it. And it took two organizers, one from CORE and one from a rank and file labor group, to eventually, and of course you had to have a group called CORE, to put Trailways on its back. Now today, we've lost the organizing tradition, and a lot of people, even working for nonprofits who call themselves organizers, are just sort of canvassers. And I think that even if the union's organizing budgets are being cut, doesn't matter, you got members, you have voluntary members who can go out after work. I built the whole campaign to keep Van Nuys open out of the local 645 budget, and none of us got paid. We worked in the plant, and then after work, we went out and organized. So I'd like to talk to some of you about our National School for Strategic Organizing, to talk about the role of books, because any theory that we have is going to be based on a person who could be a good group builder, who's able to go out and be a revolutionary educator, and can rebuild these structures, because black labor is under attack. And I want to end with saying this. You should look around and be truly honored that we have CBTU. In 1972, there are three big events I want you to think about in 1972. One was the candidacy of George McGovern, which was one of the best candidates who ever ran, and therefore the Democratic Party sabotaged him. Number two was the National Black Political Convention, whose slogan was, "It's nation time." And number three was the formulation of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists in the same year. Think about that. Because that was when there was revolutionary hope for the whole society led by black people, which is why there's been so much punishment of the black community, because of its political leadership and all you've done for all of humanity. So keeping the structure of CBTU, you know, you can say what's wrong with it. I'm in every organization, trust me. There's always a lot wrong with it except you. You're always right, and the organization's always wrong. And if you think that way, you're contributing to the problems that are solution. We have to look around and say we are lucky as hell that CBTU exists, and the Strategy Center, and the leadership of Terry Melvin, and yes, the leadership of Peyton Wilkins, who helped us. The Strategy Center, I think all of us would like to talk about how we can help CBTU even more, because truly, all power to the people, and God bless you.
All right. So there was a woman waving a yellow flag. There she is. I had to ask, what is this flag all about? So, ma'am, would you go ahead? I know there are people with questions, and we want to take those questions, and then we will close out. So where is my friend? She was waving. Where's? Number podium. Oh, I have to call the number. Okay. Podium number 5. There was a woman there before you, though, sir. Where is she? Oh, okay. Yeah. So yes, sir, you're the one to the question. I get it now. I get the system. Sorry. Can you just quickly give me a question?
I'm going to give you my name first. I'm James Gibbs. I'm International Vice President for the Mine Workers Union.
Yes, Mr. Gibbs.
And I've heard talk about the green jobs. I just want you to think, and you're talking about protecting the black communities. There is not one lump of coal ever pulled a trigger in the city of Chicago when we're talking about protecting our community. There has never been one lump of coal that turned the pipes and rusted out the pipes in Flint, Michigan, because the politicians changed the water system there and did not ever keep the pipes up in the state of Flint. I mean, in the city of Flint.
Yes.
Now, if anybody can keep telling me how coal is destroying this, I understand our science tells us this, but I'll justify that. But when you talk about losing jobs and destroying communities, percentage-wise, in the coal fields right now, we have lost we got people unemployed at 32%. I've asked politicians to tell me, how can you take these jobs away and never replace them with anything that makes any...
Yes. And I think what you've heard from us as a panelist, and maybe let me try to punch it up and emphasize it a little bit more. And as the environmental justice movement, we are not anti-jobs for any person in our communities. In fact, what many of our organizations are doing are training people to take jobs in the green new economy, and we are actually in some instances organizing households in our communities to create markets so that those people that we train actually will be employed in terms of putting up solar panels, doing energy efficiency, and so forth and so on. But I want to turn to the panel because that goes to the point of just transition. We also clear that the idea of taking brothers and sisters who may have worked decades and their families before them in the coal fields and saying that it is not sufficient. Indeed, it is completely necessary that our policies don't just say we transition from one sector, one means of energy production to the next without a care or regard for those who may fall between the lines or the cracks, if you will, of that economic transition. And so we are very clear that we're not talking about making it the end of coal because it is part of fueling the climate crisis.
But yes, sir,
and then, let me finish, and then not making sure that people are transitioned to the new green economy, not only in the way of accessing jobs, but also accessing means of ownership of the economy moving forward, preferably collectively. So I just want to lay that out. I want the panel to say any other words that they like, and then I want to move to the next question.
Sir, before you speak, and I know I'm out of order, but
okay.
We are
so,
people that are fighting for our livelihood.
Okay.
I'm not trying to disagree with the panel. I'm not trying to disagree with anybody in this convention. But let me just tell you now, we are losing our livelihood in these coal fields, and I don't think anybody, no, sir, I understand that. I have to say this.
Can I go to number 3?
It's on my heart. It's on my heart. You have to give me an opportunity to say, this is what I'm saying.
I actually, sir, I need you to respect that you have had a lot of time to speak.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I think you've made the point. Number 3, please. Sir, number 3, quick question.
Kevin Allen, Puget Sound chapter, CBTU.
Yes.
Snoop Dogg says the game is to be sold, not told. And one of the things that, what's going to be the messaging? How can the concept be sold? There's a lot of telling, but it's not selling. I'm in the state of Washington where our governor is running for president on climate change. That's his primary issue. But yet the initiative that we had for just transition, Initiative 1631 in the state of Washington was blown out.
Yes.
2-1.
Yes.
And where they had money for just transition and everything else, and it caused a fissure and a split within our Central Labor Council.
Got you.
And a lot of our organized labor actively campaigned against it. It caused a
So
chaos.
the question is, how do we better tell this story? Is that correct?
How do we sell the story,
we got to
not
sell
tell
the
it?
story, not
Because
just tell the
people
story.
want to see the benefit.
Okay.
This is why we got what we got.
Okay, so to the panelists, anybody want to respond to that? We're not doing a good enough job in this gentleman's eyes of selling the story. So anyone want to respond to that? Quickly, because I'm going to get these two questions
I totally
in close.
agree with you. I think that there are steps and progression to this deal. And where we have been a little behind is building the resources to get the message out as widely as it needs to be get out. So having this opportunity, for instance, there are people from all corners of this country in this room. We need to come together. I think one of the ways is in that carrot team model to create the kind of message that locally will be embraced, because this is about local economies as well as national. And so when you talk about Washington State, there really needed to be some training and some messaging developed at the local level, because that economy is very unique. And so in order to get that message won over, it has to be something that, we do this, we work this out behind the scenes together.
With
Come
CBTU.
out with CBTU.
We're going to work with CBTU to get that message together.
To get it out.
And sell
But
the
we gotta
story
be on the
correctly.
same page.
Correct. I'm going to do this really quickly. I need number 1 to give me a question, and then I'm going to go over here because I haven't gone over here at all. Number 4 to give me the question, because they're on my neck about time. The question.
So my question is, hi, my name's Alan Barrett from Local 372. It's around data mining.
Yes.
We've mentioned some data, and
Yes.
I'm going to say the question. So my question is how do we hold government accountable for clear data? And do you all have a reference point as far as which municipalities actually show us how to data mine this type of information? Because governments tend to, just throw data on a website.
Okay. How do we hold government accountable? Remember this. How do we hold government accountable? And do we have any reference points with regards to the data mining itself? Okay. Number 4, I want to make sure and get over there on that side. Question, please.
Charles Jenkins, New York chapter president, by the way of TW Local 100.
Ooh, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah.
I think
Caesar,
I
this
know
is a
who
question,
you are.
Direct question for you. So our members a lot of our members are exposed to diesel fuel
Yes.
and steel dust.
Yes.
Are you guys documenting any of that work? And CBTU out of New York want to be able to connect directly with WEAC to deal with that issue.
Okay, so that's a question for me. Data mining.
Okay, sure. I will try to do data mining. So actually, just a very brief response to that is that you're right on point in terms of asking that question. And there's a group of folks that are specifically focusing on that. And I can, if you email me, jpatterson@naacpnet.org, I can give you more on that group. But because people are very concerned about the disappearance of data, we're putting together Cold-Blooded 2.0, and all the data is coming down off of the EPA site, and there's a lot that's going on that's making data difficult these days because of the obstruction that's going on. So I can share with you more about folks who are working actively against that. Thank you.
And the part of the question about how do we hold government accountable, that's about organizing. And so you've heard all of us talk about that. And did you want to say something, Donnell, to that? Or yes, no, quick? But you got to do it. Okay. That's about organizing, and that's something else that we need to band together with CBTU around. And it's only through organizing and creating real accountability for many of the elected officials or government agencies and decision makers that we actually get change. That's the Bus Riders Union campaign in LA. That's what went on in Detroit with Marathon Oil and the refineries. That's what Jackie's doing with regards to Cold-Blooded and the reports. We have to be fueled by data so that our advocacy is really on point. And then we have to have strong organizing campaigns that have a strategy that let us know when we need to escalate, how we need to escalate, who our targets are, and being really clear about what our demands are. TWU over here's question. Yes, we certainly stand with Local 100. Yes, we have obviously been in the fight around the diesel fuel and launched our Dump Dirty Diesel campaign several years ago. The steel dust issue, TWU Local 100 did present to us as an issue, and we tried to work together and getting a grant from the federal government to do some more study of that particular issue. I know it remains an issue, and I will come back to you right now, and we will connect once again, because I love TWU Local 100. I've loved all of your leadership, and so thank you all very much. I'm sorry we are out of time for questions. Can I? Couple more. The boss has just said I can take a couple more questions. She just said I can take a couple more questions. You got me to go? Okay. Okay.
So
I can tell them.
All right, thank you.
All right. So I'm hearing that some people are in trouble. I'm hearing that I can take more questions, but I have to tell you that this conversation will be continued today at 3:15 p.m. The room will be announced later today, so just pay attention and look for it. And we can take, oh yeah, right, see? We can take two questions.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman.
The two questions.
Point of personal privilege.
I think I got to take the questions. Yes. Who's running this meeting?
The parliamentarian is sitting here at the right-hand corner, and the chair is Sister Thomas over there.
Madam
So I'm asking for a point of personal privilege.
What do I do?
The privilege that I'm asking for, sir, is this. We have a number of trade union organizations in this room who are trying to learn and be more involved in the issue of climate and climate change. And as they come to the mic and ask questions that are specific to the industries that they represent, I only ask that the chair hear them clearly instead of blocking what they are trying to explain to you so that they can get their voices heard. I thank you for that point of privilege.
Thank you. What we will do, the chair has heard you, and what we will do, we're asking that you ask your question, not give no whole longer statement, because we must respect, one, the time, and two, those panelists and congressional members who are waiting. And so we will, everyone that is standing at a mic now will get the opportunity to ask a question.
Question.
I will ask the question, Mr. Chairman.
Wait. Excuse me. I've been standing here for a long time, y'all. Y'all say you want to respond.
Yes. What is the? Go to number 3. Someone.
Thank you. So my question is this. With
Yes.
regards to climate change, and we know that we're facing the ongoing fight against the deregulation of the energy field and its effects, right? And does CBTU have a coordinated campaign against that? And if so, what is it?
Does CBTU have a coordinated campaign around the issue of the energy effects and how we sort of transition? I can't answer that.
I don't think so, but I think under the advisement of your question, we will talk to the chair one about that. Also, let me state, there are arrangements being made that this discussion can continue. If the panelist is available, we will identify the location once the staff determines where we can have this conversation.
Number 6? Okay. Number 6.
My name's Larry Spencer. I'm also a vice president for the United Mine Workers out of District 20. And I'm also a president for Alabama CBTU. And I yield my time back to James Gibbs at Mike 1.
Okay. Thank you. So, okay, I'm being instructed to go to number 5.
I'm a sister at the microphone. I like to speak, and I like for everyone to listen. Thank you, because we're respecting each other, right?
Yes.
My name is Michelle Gilliam, and I'm the Political and Legislative Director of TWU Local 100. I'm a proud colleague of Charles Jenkins, and he expressed already what a lot of what I was going to say, but my question is basically because we represent transit workers, and I am wondering in the increased advocacy for blue-green initiatives, like the Green New Deal, if there is opportunity to expound on the need to grow public transportation, because one of the biggest ways we can make environment more just and save the environment is to expand public transportation and get more people out of their cars. And we all know that Black, brown, and working class people are disproportionately dependent on public transportation. So my question is, and if there is a coordinated campaign that comes out of this through CBTU, if we can really highlight the need to expand public transportation.
Do you want to touch on that, Eric? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to both sides very quickly. For those of you who feel frightened about the loss of your jobs, the three of us up here are not taking them away. I work for General Motors. They closed down all the plants. When I was there, I loved my job, and they closed down the Ford Milpitas plant, and I didn't do it. Then I moved to GM Southgate, the center of Black jobs in LA. They closed it down, and I didn't do it. Then they closed down Goodyear, they closed down Firestone, they closed down every place that Black people worked. And I went to GM Van Nuys, and I built a movement to keep that plant open for 10 years. And I worked on that assembly line for 10 years. So let's have a little bit of understanding that it's not the environmental movement that's going to take away your jobs. It's the system that doesn't even want you. So don't get mad at me if they don't, I'm sorry, because we got to be real that I feel your pain. When I was laid off, I was heartbroken because I know what it's like. The auto workers love making cars, but some things are going to have to change. But this is going to be an important conversation. The second thing I want to say is that, as you're saying, sister, if we can get 1,000 more buses in LA, there's about 20 jobs per bus. Drivers, mechanics, clerical workers, free public transportation is going to be a working class job, and that's what we're fighting for in LA. It's an environmental, it's a racial justice, and economic justice. So let us get ahead of some of these economic transitions instead of being afraid of them.
So Mr. James is the last person.
Okay, really, I'm gonna make a quick statement. It's not when you say that you don't affect jobs. I want you to think about this. Economically, I want you to think about this. You are affecting jobs. When we lose these coal jobs, you lose steel, making of steel in this country. You lose the auto jobs because now we're buying parts and different things from other countries. You are affecting our jobs. Now, I've asked politicians just time in and time out, tell me, if you give away these middle class jobs and you try to fight and you're not fighting to help us keep them, then you tell me how are you going to replace them with flipping hamburgers? And yes, we got a lot of McDonald's in the Black neighborhood, and you'll see our kids are full of them. So don't say that you're not affecting our communities when you're taking and trying to do away with these middle class jobs. Mine workers used to be one of the largest unions in this country. We had people from the South of Mississippi and all these places coming in to these coal fields. Now, they had to leave them because they lost these jobs. Coal is not doing this. Coal is not pulling these triggers in Chicago. Coal is not rusting the pipes out in Flint, Michigan. I'm asking you for your help that we have got to work to say, I'm a third-generation coal miner. My father worked 52 years underground, was the first African-American to own and operate his own coal mines, union mines. Now, I'm telling you, we keep talking about how our unions are deteriorating. This is the reason. We have got to stop fighting, and we got to stop letting people use us to talk about how it's coming into the Black community. How many people are affected? I want somebody to tell me, California is the most polluted state in this country. Tell me how many coal mines are in California. Tell me how many electric power plants, coal plants are in California. Not a one. They buy their coal from other states. So folks, I'm not trying to be disruptive here in this convention. We are trying to fight for our livelihood in these coal fields. I speak for these coal miners. I will always speak for our union, and I thank CBTU for giving me a chance to conflict a little bit of what you all are saying. I'm just telling you, I'm here to fight for these unions. I'm here to fight for these jobs.
Thank you.
And you ought to look around and see how many jobs been affected by it.
Okay. Because Mr. Vice President, because of your concerns, this particular panel will be continued at 3:15 p.m. to 4:45 p.m. in the Baker Room. Because of your concerns, we will continue this conversation at 3:15 p.m. in the Baker Room. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you all.
Give them a round of applause. Thank you. Valuable information. Now I want to call up Anthony, who will introduce our next panelist.
Okay. Is it still morning? Is it still morning? Is it still morning? Okay. Well, good morning once again, CBTU. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce our next segment of our program today. But before I do that, let me just say to the mine workers that are in the audience, as somebody who was a black lung baby, my grandfather worked the coal mines in West Virginia. So I understand, I appreciate your struggle, and know that we hear you. We hear you. We hear you, mine workers. I think about it all the time. Blue Ridge Mountains, country roads. Take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. So our next panel is one that will look at and discuss our political action. So before I begin that, I just want to give you a couple of quotes because I'm reminded of something. If the preacher's still in the house, I heard something once and it said, faith comes by what? Faith comes by hearing, and sometimes we got to be careful of what we hear, what we listen to, right? So I've been very fortunate in my life to have some people that really plant some seeds into my hearing. One of the people was Al Shanker, who was the president of the United Federation of Teachers. We've only had 4, and I've had the distinct honor of meeting and hearing from all 4. Al Shanker taught me that where you sit is where you stand. Sandy Feldman was another president of the United Federation of Teachers, and she told me that everything was political. Everything is political. Randy Weingarten, another president of the United Federation of Teachers, she said, am I the subject of the investigation? Y'all know, anybody from New York City, y'all know that, right? When they come knocking on your door, the first thing we say, am I the subject of the investigation? And if not, if I am, I'd be more than happy to talk to you with my union representative. Then Michael Mogu, the person who spoke this morning, his words of wisdom to me, what he put into my hearing was, just get it done. Just get it done. A. Philip Randolph told us that at the banquet table of nature, there are no reserved seats. Right? I'm going to jump to the last part of that because he said, and you can't do anything without what? Organization. We got to organize our workplaces. We have to organize our communities. And we have to organize our communities. He also said, nothing counts but pressure, pressure, more pressure, and still more pressure through broad, organized, aggressive mass action. It's my pleasure to present to you our panelists, and it's not a panelist, we're just going to have a conversation this morning that will join us, coming to the stage now. I want you to put your hands together and welcome Congressman Hank Johnson from the 4th District of Georgia and Lucy Macbeth from the 6th District of Georgia. Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth from the 6th District of Georgia. Do you want to, is it easier to sit on this side or? Let's do this here, okay. So to get the, I'm sorry, you can take. So we've done a lot of talking about the 2020 elections, and annually members of the Congressional Black Caucus join us here at CBTU to give us some insight into the machines going on in Washington, D.C. So I'm gonna just for a moment ask if they would just spend about 3 to 5 minutes introducing yourselves to the audience, and then I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask, and then after that, we're going to get some questions from the audience. Is that all right with y'all? If it's not, that's what we're doing. So with that, Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth, if you will.
Well, good morning, CBTU. I'm so excited to be with you this morning. As Georgia's newly elected and only female in the congressional delegation, I represent Georgia's 6th congressional district. And what I want to say is I'm so excited that this is now the New South. And things are changing. And I'm so grateful to be here with you because I understand how important it is for us to protect our workforce. I understand how important it is for us to make sure that we are developing relationships and putting systems in place that protect the people that are working every single day. So I'm so glad to be here with you this morning. Hope that we're able to impart a little bit of information about what's happening in Washington, but of course, I want to say that this is the expert. He's been there much longer than me, but we're excited to be here with you this morning, and thank you for all the work that you continue to do. Thank you for protecting the workers, protecting their ability to live thriving lives, making sure they have a piece of the pie every single day.
Boy, something comes to my mind this morning. It was Jesse Jackson. And y'all remember when he said, "Brothers and sisters!" Y'all remember that? I wish I had that kind of command. But brothers and sisters, the theme for this, the 47th International Convention, which is reclaiming our country. Our 48th. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, theme for this 48th International Convention is reclaiming our country, united for a better tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, that capsulizes what we need to do for our future. Yes, this is our country. It was built by us, off of our backs, off of our free labor, first as slaves, then under Jim Crow, a system where people without equal rights existed under the law to be exploited, whether or not it was in terms of sharecropping or whether or not it was prison chain gang labor or some other form of oppression. But the common thread has been free labor and cheap labor if it wasn't free. And so it is us, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, who built this country. And we made America great. So when we see folks who don't look like us wearing "Make America Great Again" hats, we know exactly what that means. It means that things in America for us are getting out of hand. So it's time to, as your theme says, reclaim. What is it that we are reclaiming?
We are reclaiming our country. We're not going back to the times of Jim Crow and slavery, which, in the eyes of some Trump supporters, is the period of time when America was truly great. The time when white supremacy reigned over the land was not a great time for us. And brothers and sisters, we can't go back, we ain't going back. Brothers and sisters, I shudder to think of what America would be like today had Democrats not been voted in to take over the House in 2018. Yeah, you can clap for that. Can you imagine a nation where Trump was allowed to impose his will on our republic? The corporate special interests were not behind Trump when he first ran, and they were looking for a mainstream Republican, somebody more responsible, somebody more knowledgeable about government and respectful of the rule of law and the institutions of our republic. They didn't expect a guy like Trump to win, but Trump had something for them. He didn't need their money, first of all. He didn't need the Koch brothers' money because he had this network of small donor contributors. And they were online. And it was all of those people in America who want to make America white again. Well, that's what Make America Great Again really was a code word that's what it meant. And so he had those folks, and he had pumped them up with anger and hatred and ignorance. His supporters blamed Latinos who are being exploited for their reduced wage labor in this country. They're putting them on an underground track where you can't report that you're being mistreated, so you keep folks down under the radar so you can exploit them, paying them in cash, independent contractors, however you can get around paying them what American workers demand, who are organized, demand that they make. And so he had those folks who were blaming the Latinos, and then some of the folks had longer memories, and they blamed affirmative action for black folks, for them being left out in this economy that seemed to be humming along for people like Donald Trump, but it wasn't working for them. And so they were blaming other workers for their lot in life. And the truth of the matter is that offshoring of jobs, stagnant wage growth in the face of growing wealth inequality, robotics, and the war against collective bargaining, that was the reason why the economy was not working for Donald Trump's supporters, and that's why it's not working for us either. We got more in common than we have that divides us. And so Trump played on the people's ignorance, fears, and bigotry to win the nomination, and it was then that the corporate folks jumped on board. See, they don't have any morals or any affinity for the working people or for even the rule of law and the institutions of our country, of our republic. They care more about their bottom line than anything else. And so they jumped on this thing with Trump. Why? And what did they want out of government? These corporate special interests. They wanted a conservative corporate personhood, federalist society anti-voting rights, anti-women's rights, anti-workers' rights federal judiciary, especially a pro-business United States Supreme Court. And they wanted their taxes cut. So they went all in with the fake billionaire, daddy's money, TV real estate mogul who had a spell on his starstruck supporters. They went all in with him, and he did not let them down. Two pro-business, anti-labor Supreme Court justices, dozens more appointed to the federal district courts and to the courts of appeal. All of this with a complicit Republican United States Senate, which we need to get rid of in 2020. But most of all, Trump came through for them by giving them a $5.8 trillion tax cut, 83% of which went to the top 1%, while at the same time imposing a tax increase on 86%, 86 million working Americans. So Democrats in control of the House of Representatives now, we can't stop Trump's assault on our judiciary, but we can stop him from his quest to give away the store to his special interest friends. And a Democratic House of Representatives can hold Trump accountable for committing bribery, treason, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. So today, brothers and sisters, I want to talk to you about what some are calling the I word, okay? Y'all ready to hear about the I word? Now, I'm not talking about impeachment, I'm talking about infrastructure. This past week marked the 7th infrastructure week for the Trump administration. 7 times this administration has declared an infrastructure week, and 7 times each week has been a distraction for the American people to distract them away from his investigations. But he always manages to redirect us back towards it. He just can't help himself. Last week was to be infrastructure week, where Democratic leaders of the House and Senate would sit with the president and discuss plans and funding sources for the president's $2 trillion infrastructure proposal that he put forward just 3 weeks ago. Y'all remember that? Chuck and Nancy and other high-ranking Democrats went to the White House on Wednesday morning, ready to get down to the business of fashioning an infrastructure bill that would fix our decaying roads and bridges, extend broadband throughout America, and boost our economy with high-paying middle-class jobs. Broadband, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is the 21st century interstate highway system. Just like the construction of the interstate highway system back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that spread prosperity throughout America, the extension of broadband to every nook and cranny of rural and urban America will extend the prosperity of the information age throughout this country. Predictably, though, and sadly, last week's Infrastructure Week turned out to be an abysmal failure, just like all of the others. The president walked into the meeting, angrily shook a newspaper in Nancy Pelosi's face, and bitterly complained that she had told the media that he was engaged in a cover-up. Trump said that if the House continued investigating him, then he would not work on an infrastructure plan to benefit America. He then abruptly walked out of the meeting and went straight to the White House lawn to hold a press conference where the podium was draped with a banner that proclaimed no collusion, no obstruction. He's again acting like he did in January when he shut down the government for 35 days trying to extort money for his border wall. But he wasn't successful then, and the country can't afford to see him succeed this time either. This failure to carry out the responsibilities of the presidency is itself grounds for impeachment, but I don't want to walk don't want to get distracted with talk about impeachment, though I can assure you that the House leadership, under the leadership of Nancy Pelosi, will carry out our responsibility to hold hearings, take testimony, and compile evidence upon which articles of impeachment may ultimately be based, while continuing to pass legislation that is responsible, ethical, and is truly of and by the people. That's why we passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act, which strengthens our democracy by ending the influence of unaccountable dark money in our elections, putting the public interest ahead of corporate special interests, and which protects our precious right to vote while cleaning up the corruption and self-dealing in this White House by ensuring that public officials actually serve the public and not themselves. That's not too much to ask. And we passed H.R. 1. Our focus is to lower health care costs and prescription drug prices, raise paychecks, rebuild our infrastructure, and fight climate change. So far this year, the House has passed and sent to the Senate over 100 bills that we have passed to benefit the American people. So, brothers and sisters, we are here to reclaim our country, and we stand united for a better tomorrow. To quote your president, Reverend Melvin, CBTU is an organization, and this is the quote, CBTU is an international organization with chapters throughout the United States and in Ontario, Canada. CBTU seeks to fulfill the dream of those black trade unionists, both living and deceased, who throughout this century have courageously and unremittingly struggled to build a national movement that would bring all our strengths and varied talents to bear in the unending effort to achieve economic, political, and social justice for every worker in North America and beyond, end quote. Your president understands that in this global economy of multinational conglomerate interests where across the world income inequality is getting wider and wider, with the rich getting richer, the middle class shrinking, and the poor getting poorer, the future, brothers and sisters, is global. The coalition of black trade unionists is uniquely suited to lead this global movement to organize and unite the workers of the world. As President Trump's policies threaten America's social and economic progress and our national and world security, he is also doing as much as he can to get himself impeached. And that, brothers and sisters, is good news. So let us move forward together, reclaiming our country, united for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
So, thank you for those opening remarks. So before we start the conversation, I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. We've talked about the 2020 elections, and we talked about, and I think Claude Cummings came up when he talked about Harrisburg. Is that Harrisburg or Harristown? Harris County, where he's from in Texas, and how the number of women that have risen to the occasion and have taken office. So I have a question for you. Oftentimes, and I heard it said yesterday, that oftentimes women, particularly black women, have to be asked 7 times or 9 times, to run for office. So if there was a word of advice that you could possibly give to some of the women in this very room that might be thinking of running for political office, what would that advice be?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's a great question. Most definitely, we understand, women of color, that, every time that we are asked to run, it does take about 7, 8 times ordinarily for a woman to be asked to run for office, because basically we're under the impression that we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough manpower. As women of color, it is much, much harder for us to raise the money. It is much, much harder for us to galvanize the support and the resources to be able to run an election. But what I'm excited to say is that there is a lot of mobilizing. There's a lot of grassroots organizations that are really coming forth to help women like me and all of us that have been elected to office this past fall, helping us to galvanize the support that we need, specifically financial resources. For example, in order for me to be able to win this next election, I've got to raise $6 million. So yes, I have to raise $6 million. And I have to honestly say that, where is the money going to come from? Where are the resources going to come from? Organizations such as Collective PAC, other organizations that have been very, very gracious to me and a lot of my female colleagues, minority female women colleagues. So we always have to be looking for additional resources and manpower, extending our networks, building upon what we've been able to accomplish to remain in office. We don't always, get the support that we need, but based upon organizations like yours and the work that you're doing, you are mobilized, you are grassroots organizers, and that is where we get our help. That's where we get the support that we need. It comes from the ground up, not the top down. So I want to thank you for everything that you've done to help me get elected, everything that you've continued to do to help support minority candidates, support those of us that are in Washington right now. We could not do this without you. But yes, it is much harder for us because we don't always have the resources, but we are strong enough. We are smart enough. We have enough value.
Preach.
We know enough. Our life experiences matter, and that's what we're doing every single day. We're telling our stories because that has been our reality for everything that happens. For example, I'm a 2-time breast cancer survivor, so I know what it means. I know what it means to have affordable health care. I know what it means to make sure that people like me with pre-existing conditions have the health care and the treatment that they deserve. I was a divorced single mother, and I know there are many women out there like me, and making sure that they can keep food on the table and keep their children educated, make sure that they can survive every single day. I'm a woman who suffered unimaginable gun violence, a tragedy that many people in our community have suffered by. So I understand our need to make sure that our children and our families and our communities are protected every single day from unnecessary gun violence. I understand what it means to be in a recession, working for Delta Airlines for 30 years as a flight attendant as a single mom. After 9/11, when Delta Airlines did not cut their staff, but we took major pay cuts, about $10,000 a year less I was bringing home. So as a single mom, I understood what it meant to be able to have to keep food on my table and make sure that I could still send my child to school and to make sure that I could pay my mortgage on time, pay my car note on time. I have been there. And the reality that I've had, such is the reality of many women of color all across the nation who've decided to stand up, who've decided to protect their communities by running for office. So for everything, every bit of support that you give us, every bit of mobilizing and ground organizing that you do to protect the workforce, it matters because it mattered to me and helped place me in this seat today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. And I just have to say that I'm proud that I have a female public official, elected official in my household. Actually, I'm an elected official in her household. But her name is Commissioner Marita Johnson. Would you stand up? She's a DeKalb County Commissioner here in Georgia. And of the 7 county commissioners in DeKalb, 4 of them are women. And that's pretty much the way that it should be. I would tell you also that I served in the same job that Marita is elected to serve in. I served for 5 years. Marita has served for almost 4 years now. But the works that she has done in the 4 years that she has been there eclipse by miles the work that I did during the 5 years that I was on the commission. That is the capability of women. And I tell you, in the House of Representatives now, there are, in the House and Senate, in Congress, there are about somewhere between 100 and 120.
Yeah, there's 123.
123 females out of 535. And then in the House of Representatives, and that's a big number, that's a record number right now, but it's not enough. Out of the 11,000 plus individuals ever elected to serve in the United States House of Representatives, it's less than 300, way less than 300 who have ever, females who have served of those 11 plus thousand people. So that gives you some idea over the course of history how women have been shut out. And we just celebrated this week the 100-year anniversary of the women's suffrage movement, where women won the right to vote. When the legislation was passed out of the House. So in 1919, and I think it was 1921, when the constitutional amendment garnered the number of states necessary in order for that right to become law. So it hasn't been 100 years yet for white females to be able to vote in this country. It was, of course, 65 with the Voting Rights Act of 65 that firmly entrenched the right to vote for black women. So we got a long way to go in this country.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you. My next question is, so there's a lot of conversation about the 2020 election. So I'd like to ask, what do you think we need to do individually and collectively to win in 2020? What do you think we need to do individually and collectively to win in 2020?
Yeah, I think that, just looking out amongst this crowd and seeing the faces of those who are here in support of the CBTU, along with the CBTU members themselves, that is the way to go. Workers have to unite. Workers have to not hold grudges against each other for how we felt about something that happened 4 years ago, 3 years, or even yesterday. We've got to unite. Workers need to unite with each other across all spectrums based on common economic interests. And we have to have heart-to-heart dialogue and convince our neighbors and co-workers and friends that we need to be united in terms of how we vote. And we basically, Republicans support, they always have supported big business and trickle-down economics, which doesn't work. And so we need to elect, we need to get the old boys out of there and bring in some new people. And we need to be united about that. And then once people get in, we need to hold them accountable for what they do. But we do need to take control of this political arena, not let the big corporate money, the dark money, which comes in to operate to control policymaking, not let that continue to be what leads this country. It needs to be a country of, by, and for the people. And the people are the working people of this country and those who aspire into the middle class.
Would you like to?
Well, I'd like to extend a special thank you to Terry Melvin. And Terry, I just want to say the work that you continue to do on behalf of CBTU is not only important, but it's absolutely necessary for the future of our country and our community. And I also want to take time to acknowledge the legendary Bill Lucy. Bill, I just have to say that you're completely an inspiration and you have truly grown a movement. And from working closely with Dr. King to all of the work that you have put into CBTU, you are a role model for all of us. Thank you so much for that. But what I do want to say is, to piggyback off what my colleague Hank has said, is that, I want to say that every one of you in here, you are masters at what you do. You are masters at grassroots organizing and mobilizing. And that's exactly how we win the 2020 election. Now, you know, during the last midterm elections, a lot of people didn't vote. They usually don't come out for the, midterm elections. This is the opportunity, the only opportunity that we will have to put America right again. So it's going to take every single person in this room to help organize and mobilize your networks, your communities, your political organizations, spiritual organizations, everybody. We need the entire communities to come out for these next elections. Now, we have done really good work in Washington protecting our national elections. In H.R. 1, I actually was able to pass the Elected Officials Integrity Act of 2019. And basically what that says is that any public official that is sitting in a federal office, before you run for a federal campaign, you must step down from that seat. This is what we need to continue to do around the country, hold our elected officials accountable for, one, making sure that our elections are protected, making sure that we are screaming out loud enough about making sure we have enough poll workers, making sure we have enough people there protecting our elections in 2020. To not do so is to basically, in essence, give up our power and our authority to really make good on putting people in Washington and putting people in the White House that are serving our interests and protecting our interests. We think that the midterm 20 elections were really, really important. We cannot express to you how important it is that you use every tool that you have access to make sure that you're galvanizing your organizations, galvanizing your workers, galvanizing the people that have elected you and put you in place to represent them. Get them to the polls. As I said before, this is from the ground up. It is so imperative that we do everything that we can collectively, as my colleague says, to make sure that we are taking our power back. We have the power, but the power is the use of our voice and our elections. And we cannot allow, I'll just be nice about it, we cannot allow our president to make America great again. America's already great. And it is already great based upon the backs of the people that have built this nation, the backs of the people that have continued to invest in this nation, invest in our families, invest in our communities. And we must protect that at all costs. So continue to mobilize, continue to organize, continue to encourage people in our communities to get out and exercise their right to vote. If we do not do that, we will die.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that we've run out of time for this segment, so we won't be able to get to any of the questions on the floor, but I just want to take the opportunity to thank our panelists this morning that joined us, Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth and Congressman Hank Johnson. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so. Oh, wait, before we get to the music, I see someone standing at microphone 6. Microphone 6. Willie Baker.
A point of personal privilege. 4 years ago, CBTU in Chicago asked the Congressman Hank Johnson to help us in Columbia. And I want to personally thank him on my behalf and on behalf of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists for not just going to Columbia once, but going down there twice and working those long hours. We started at 4 in the morning and we didn't finish until almost midnight on most nights. Thank you very much, Congressman. We appreciate that.
And thank you for your work, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. And before I take my seat, I'm going to take the remaining 1 minute that I have. Those of you who know me like to know that I like to leave some encouragement, some thoughts and stuff. So something that I read this morning just reminds us of just how blessed that we actually are. It reads, if you woke up this morning with more health than illness, you are more blessed than 1 million who won't survive this week. If you have never experienced the danger of battle, the loneliness of imprisonment, the agony of torture, or the pains of starvation, you are ahead of more than 20 million people around the world. If you can attend a church meeting without fear of harassment, arrest, torture, or death, you are more blessed than 3 billion people in the world. If you have food in your refrigerator, clothes on your back, a roof over your head, and a place to sleep, you are richer than 75% of the people in the world. If you have money in the bank, in your wallet, spare change somewhere in the house, you are among the top 8% of the world's wealthy. If you can read, you are more blessed than 2 billion people in the world who cannot. You're more blessed than you realize. Be blessed.
We want to thank you for your patience. I have a couple of announcements before we bring on the next panelist. One announcement is resolutions will be continued tomorrow, immediately after our service, as we've exhausted most of this day with the next panels. So we will resume resolutions following the Sunday service. Also, there's a lost and found, and we have some glasses here, but if you have lost anything, there's an earpiece from Wednesday, some eyeglasses. You can pick them up in the back from the sergeant at arms. Okay. Also, another announcement. For the past 2 years, the CBTU Under 40 has been fundraising to help cover the cost of the international has incurred in helping establish the committee. To date, they have raised over $4,000 for the international and now starting to save money for future programming. Let's give them a round of applause. These are our young people, and they're floating around here if you want to make a contribution to our young people, to our future. Additionally, they are the ones who put together the sock drive, and they about to drop off or have dropped off to the shelters here in Atlanta. But keep the socks coming. If you go back and have some socks, they will make sure that the Atlanta chapter gets them. That is our Under 40 committee. Give them yet again another round of applause. On behalf of the entire executive committee of the CBTU, I want to thank you for your patience. We hope that each and every panel that has come before you has been at least enough information that allow you to spark your interest to continue to keep on learning and moving forth in this election. I am going to bring on, I see someone, if there is a small question on microphone one.
I just have a point of clarification.
Yes.
I heard.
Can we put the microphone on one? Okay.
Donald Nesbitt, New York chapter. Just ask for a point of clarification. After the last panel, we said that the discussion would continue in the Baker Room at 3:15. But however, in the book, it's indicated that the sexual harassment workshop is in that room.
Okay, no. Sexual harassment. Let me get some clarification. The sexual harassment is at 1:30. We announced that earlier today.
The time has changed.
Yes.
Okay,
Gotcha.
thank you.
And it's on, there is a flyer that is in fact on the tables that would give you the information. Also, a couple of you have asked about how to donate. And again, CBTU is nonpartisan and we do not endorse. However, we have received numerous questions about how to make a contribution to Lucy Macbeth. And you can go on her website, lucyforcongress.com. lucyforcongress.com. And if you got a check now, she has not left, and you would make that out to Friends of Lucy Macbeth. I'm going to say that again. CBTU does not endorse. However, some of you came over and inquired about how to make donations. lucyforcongress.com. She said she had to raise $6 million, so we need to do all that we can do to help her. Thank you. And now, for the next panel, there will be two panels, one African panel, and then there will be a South American panel. So please, please be on hand. And so I'm going to bring up the moderator for that panel, Mr. Muhammad. Y'all can give him a round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon, CBTU. Y'all can do better than that. Good morning, CBTU. All right. My name is Hanad Muhammad. I'm a proud member of the DC chapter, Region 2. Do we have any Region 2 people in the house? DC in the house? Okay. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce a prolific and profound panel. And so I'm just going to say who they are first and just one interesting fact about their context, and then we're going to get right into it. I want to start from my far left, Sister Rose Omamo from Kenya. Sister Rose is the General Secretary of the Amalgamated Metal Workers Union in Kenya, a male-dominated union headed by a sister. The only sister in Africa who leads a metal workers union. I wanted y'all to know that. Another interesting tidbit is Sister Rose Omamo knows President Barack Obama's grandmother, who she lovingly calls Mama Sarah, personally, and hangs out with her from time to time. So I wanted y'all to know that. Right next to Sister Rose Omamo is President Ayuba Waba from Nigeria, who spoke yesterday to the plenary. I want to share with you, just imagine this. This brother is the president of a global structure of which the AFL-CIO and other national federations around the world are affiliated to, with over 200 million members. He's the global president. Elected just this past December. He is also the president of his own federation in his country, the Nigerian Labor Congress, with 6 million members. And by the way, Nigeria is the most populous black country in the world, with a population of 200 million citizens. And to my immediate left is Brother Kasahun Folo. He is the president of the Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Unions. Brother Kasahun holds leadership positions in the continent of Africa in Pan-African bodies. His country has about 110 million citizens and is the fastest growing economy in Africa. It is also a country with a civilization of almost 3,000 years that has never, ever been colonized. The only African country that has never been colonized. So that's who we got up here. And without further delay, we're going to go right into some questions that touch on, the broader theme of Rise of the Right, but we're going to frame it in the context of ethno-nationalism, extremism, misogyny, and other forms of extreme prejudice and ethnic divisions that are taking place, and why, and the role of the labor movement. So we can get a sense of, in their countries, what are they doing about these challenges? We're calling that package of goods, that package, not goods, bads actually, we're calling it Rise of the Right here at home. They're framing it a little bit differently, but it's many of the same issues. So I'm going to start with Sister Rose Omamo. Sister Omamo, in 2007, 2008, many of us who observed political developments in Africa saw some very disturbing interethnic and political violence in Kenya, where over 4,000 people died. But then, despite all of the international community's efforts, it was a homegrown effort that actually led to the bringing about of a sustained and lasting peace. Sister Rose, can you talk a little bit about what your labor movement did during that period and how you were able to take a different approach from the international community in bringing about peace in your country as labor?
Thank you, Brother Hanad. And in approaching this matter, I want to say that it was very difficult for the working class in Kenya in 2008, 2007, post-violence elections, because when the elections were disputed and people were divided, Kenyans turned against their fellow Kenyans. Neighbors were butchering their neighbors. Workers were butchering workers. There was no peace. There was no stability in the country. It was a very difficult moment for the labor movement in Kenya, because the labor movement alone lost about 3,000 workers in that post-violence election. And so, when this was happening, Central Organization of Trade Unions, that is COTU Kenya, decided to take a mediation process. And in the process, we had a slogan, and our slogan was reclaiming the lost glory. The reason why we had this slogan of reclaiming the lost glory is because when you look at the Kenya's national anthem, it is very clear that peace should be our liberty and our defender. And at this time, there was no peace. The tribes were divided. As you know, we have 42 tribes in Kenya. And therefore, there was tribal ethnicity. There was no peace. So what did the labor movement do? The labor movement decided to, first of all, tour the 42 countries, the 42 tribes, the 42 counties of the Republic of Kenya, to negotiate and to bring peace, to lobby for peace amongst tribes. We were the first group to meet the then elected president of the Republic of Kenya, President Mwai Kibaki, to tell him that we need to see peace in the country, because the country was torn apart. The glory was lost. People could not see each other eye to eye just because of elections. But what people forgot is that we are Kenyans, that we needed to be united and to work together to make sure that we bring peace in the country. And when we meet the president, the then elected president, President Mwai Kibaki, we gave him a clear position of the workers
because Central Organization is a pan-African labor movement, and we believe in workers' rights. Whether they are from which ethnic tribe, we don't care. We only want unity and workers being together and workers working together, fighting together, and winning together for the peace of the country. We again met the opposition leader, the then opposition leader, Raila Odinga, who was very vibrant and vocal in championing his personal rights because he believed that he won the elections and it was stolen from him. And we told him that the nation, which is Kenya, is bigger than an individual interest. And as labor movement, we wanted peace. And so we brought the two parties together before Kofi Annan came in for the mediation to make sure that we could have political stability, whereby we even proposed a coalition government that would bring the parties together to bring peace and harmony in the country. And so we played a key role in making sure that there is peace in the country through bringing the leaders together and talking to them and giving them our slogan of reclaiming the lost glory, which is peace that we lost in Kenya.
Thank you, Sister Sarah. President Ayuba, in this country, there's a lot that we see on the news about terrorism and extremism and violence associated with the both. In your country, Nigeria, there is an insurgency and a violent conflict involving an organization called Boko Haram, which makes a lot of press in the West. And often associated with that press are military solutions to solving that challenge. Your federation, the Nigerian Labor Congress, has actually tackled with the issue of violence associated with terrorism and extremism. But the same kind of press, the press for that is not played out in this country and other Western countries. Could you talk a little bit about what your movement has done at the grassroots level in northern Kenya, where that conflict has been raging for the last several years?
Thank you, Brother Anat. First, let me thank the CBTU once again for this opportunity to get the perspective of what is happening in Africa and particularly in Nigeria. The Boko Haram phenomenon, which started in Nigeria in a northeast region where there is extreme poverty, started by some extremists. In fact, the extremists resorted to also use of arms, where they took up arms not only against the military, but also against poor civilians. No religion actually was left out. They started by killing their own religion group, and then later started attacking other citizens. Their major ideology is that Western education is haram. That's why Boko Haram means no to Western education. So when this phenomenon started, in that small enclave, we are surprised that it spread to also about 4 other countries. All the neighboring countries to Nigeria in the northeast, Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, all those 4 countries were actually affected. And their target is actually teachers. We lost in a particular state alone, we lost about 1,000 teachers because their key target is that the children should not access education, Western education. All of us could remember they were so known because of the issue of adoption of Chibok girls, where hundreds of girls in school were adopted by this same group. So they became eminence, and therefore NLC and workers have to come together. First, we work with communities because they live within the communities. And what we did is to go on mobilization to say that this group is evil, not only to themselves, but to our community. And we thank God that the community actually work with NLC first is to identify them, where they were identified and they were also attacked. And that's how they left now the city centers. They now went to the Sanvisa forest, where they had been operating, and around the fringes of the Lake Chad region. So clearly they have been removed from among the people because every family went ahead to identify them. Hitherto it was not easy because people will always say, no, this is my own, and therefore we shouldn't expose them. But having seen the consequence of their action, because some of them went ahead even to kill their parents, kill their relationship, because of this ideology that had been planted to them. And it thrived because of the high level of poverty. Because, you know, politicians will always manipulate people that are illiterate and people that are not educated. So that is clearly a manipulation. But the dimension of it that is so worrisome is the fact that they were also armed. And we have perceived that there is also foreign influence because most of them have arms, and those arms are beyond the reach of ordinary poor. So clearly there is an issue that there is also an influence. And of recent, we have heard that they have relationship now with ISIS in the Maghreb. So this is how complicated this issue is. But we raise up to the occasion. One, because arising from the fact that their target are teachers, we lost teachers, the breadwinners, because mostly they attack the male. They will kill the male, leave the female as widows, and also the children. So we have now in that region a lot of orphans and also a lot of women that their breadwinners have been killed. So the unions have to turn their offices to be places to receive internally displaced persons. We also provide for their immediate need, and we have to also provide for the education of the children of those teachers that have been killed. And our unions, the health workers union, the nurses union also came up to support those very vulnerable groups. And to date, we have been able to succeed through resilience of the working class, through resilience of our communities, to actually push this very dangerous group to the enclaves. And arising from that, there was also the issue of the multinational joint task force, because it goes beyond one country. So the 4 countries then came together to form a multinational task force, and they are engaging this group. But I think the lesson from all of this is the fact that education remains very key to liberating people everywhere around the world. Education, without education, people, children of the poor will continue to be manipulated. And therefore, I think what has come out very clearly is to the effect that we have supported to ensure that the children of the poor are educated, but also through resilience, we thought that we should not leave workers that have been affected, families that have been affected to be on their own. We need to also provide for them. And that is how Solidarity Center came in. There was a detailed study of people that are affected. We have heard their stories of how, through a very bad process, their breadwinners were killed because they are teachers, because teachers are in the rural areas. And therefore, this is the story, and this is how, through resilience, we have been able to work together to bring succor to communities, to bring succor to those families that have been affected. And workers also contributed in terms of food items, in terms of medical care, in terms of clothing. That is how we have been able to work together to provide support. We have also demanded that government, because most of those teachers are teachers in government schools, we demanded that government should also pay the benefits of those teachers to their families, particularly the widows and the children, so that they can continue to have a better life. So this is how we have responded to the issue of insurgents, but clearly it's a manipulation of the literacy level, which is very high, and poverty level, because the issue of the Boko Haram started immediately after the conclusion of the 2011 election. So it's not actually a coincidence. We thought it's also something that politicians have tried to grow in order to destabilize that entire region, and by extension, the entire country, because of the huge resources that Nigeria has as a country. As I said yesterday, we are the 6th largest producer of crude oil, and that have attracted a lot of interest, including multinational companies like Shell, where they have continued to extract these resources without paying the royalty that is actually needed. So there is a theory that actually this insurgency is also being supported by some of these multinationals that want the trade to continue without the resources accruing to government to also address issues of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Ayuba. Thinking about that for a minute, union halls turned into reception centers for internally displaced people. Think about that. You didn't see that on the headlines, that it was the union that was bringing in people who'd lost their homes and were burnt out of their villages. That doesn't make it in the news on our end. President Folo Kasahun, very recently, one of the most significant political changes on the African continent took place in your country. A remarkable transformation in democratic space in that nation of 110 million citizens that has never truly known democracy. During this transition, since last year, political parties, both from abroad and those that were in the country, have started to scramble to find their place in that change. One of the characteristics of those political parties is that both in the opposition and the ruling party, they are all ethnically based on single ethnic groups. Each party is ethnically based. As the labor movement in your country and the largest civil society organization that's membership based, what kind of role do you envision for the labor movement in A, ensuring that that transition continues to progress, and B, in confronting some of the simmering ethnic tensions and rivalries that existed for decades in Ethiopia?
Thank you very much. I would like to thank CBTU to invite me in this very important conference. Yes, a lot of changes are coming within this 1 year, but still there is a lot of problem here and there because of this change. Some individuals, they want to resist this change. Some of the people, they want power. So because of this, there is a lot of problem, but with this problem, now all opposition parties return home from all of the world. Now they are in Addis. But 90% of them, they are based on ethnic loyalty. So as a trade union, our confederation is largest multi-ethnic civil society. We cannot support or we cannot oppose one ethnic group because it is difficult within those tribals to support one ethnic group. So as a trade union, we want to advocate unity for our members with diversity for this transition. For example, now there are around 108 political parties in Ethiopia, but no one of them talking about the workplace problem, except the Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Unions. We have a lot of problem at the workplace, low wage, inequality, freedom of association is not respected, but no political parties dealing with this out of 108 political parties. So it is difficult to select one of them and to support them. Around 10% of them, they call themselves national parties, but they are not dealing with workers' issues. So it is difficult at this stage to select one party in the support. Also, it is difficult to establish our own Labor Party at this time because majority of our workers, they are part of the community. Since they are part of the community, some of them support the ethnicity politics. So if you select one from from those 108 political parties, you lost some of your members because for more than 27 years, they are exercising this tribal politics because they want to learn by their own language. They wanted to administer themselves. So if you select one political party, then that means you oppose another one. That's the obvious. So for the unity purpose, for the coming election, that is May 2020, we prefer unity with diversity. We want to advocate about the unity first, about the workplace rights first. Then after 1 year, maybe we can establish our own political party, that is Labour Party maybe. But at this stage, we appreciate all of them, but unity with diversity. Otherwise, it is difficult to avoid the ethnic politics within this 1 year because he has his own long history. If I brief you that history, maybe if you have time, I will come to that history. So what we can do, also we can give advocacy for our members and also for community to advocate about the unity with diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Kasahun. And before moving on from Brother Kasahun, interesting fact, 7 organizations, civil society organizations in Ethiopia, were asked to vet and propose members of an electoral commission, because they got presidential and congressional or parliamentary elections coming up next year, May 2020. Just 7 organizations from civil society that have some legitimacy in the eyes of the people. And one of those 7 organizations that's going to determine or propose who are the people who are actually going to run the election, the national election next year, to make sure it's free and fair, is the Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Unions. And this brother right here is going to be one of the people sitting at the table. In this next round of questions, we're going to try to keep it at a couple of minutes each because I'm cognizant of the time. And we're going to unpack all of these issues more in a workshop that we're going to have in the Hanover room AB. It's going to be the second workshop sessions. Hanover AB. We're going to have an Africa. It's in your books. We're gonna go into these issues. So if y'all are interested, please come to the workshop. Sister Rose, as Africa's only union leader of the metal workers union, and someone who is active both on the African and global stage on the issues of gender-based violence, something you've been dealing with a lot over the last couple of years, and something for which many of the sisters in Africa, trade unionists, are actually leading on in terms of organizing globally. Could you talk a little bit about what the global gender-based violence effort, how it's manifested itself in Africa among the networks of sisters that you're working with, some of the challenges maybe, quickly that you dealt with and what you hope for?
Thank you very much for this question. I want to say that gender-based violence at workplace and in the world of work is prevalent, not only in Africa, but globally. And so because of that, African women have been working with International Trade Union Confederation on behalf of the workers to lobby, to campaign against gender-based violence at the workplace and in the world of work. And this is because in many countries, sexual harassment is prevalent, it is rampant, it is something that is eating men and women, and especially young girls in the countries where they work. And so what we have been doing as African women is that we have been holding campaigns that have been supported by Solidarity Center in all our countries to eradicate gender-based violence at the workplace and to make sure that the employers in their companies have a code of conduct on sexual harassment and a policy on sexual harassment that will help in eradicating gender-based violence at the workplace. And right now, the International Labour Organization is working on a convention on ending violence and harassment against men and women in the world of work. And the negotiations are led by the International Trade Union Confederation on behalf of the workers. As you may all know, that it is a tripartite negotiation whereby there are government representatives, there are trade union representatives who speak for the workers, and there are employers representatives who speak for the business. And the negotiations are ongoing, and we are hoping to next month have a convention on ending violence and harassment in the world of work, supplemented by a recommendation. And it is a call for all of us to make sure that we work together towards making sure that we get this convention. As we all know, there are no proper international guidelines that talks on eradicating violence and harassment at workplaces and even in the world of work. And that is why, Brother Hanad, we are working round the clock, lobbying the governments, lobbying the employers to make sure that they support a convention that will eliminate and eradicate violence and harassment in the world of work. And I think you will all agree with me that sexual harassment is rampant globally.
Thank you, Sister Rose. Now, I refer to the second round, but I didn't tell you where it was going to be. So the second round will continue in our workshop. I'm being told we're running out of time. Can we get a round of applause for these brothers and this sister who traveled all the way from Africa to attend this convention? And CBTU family, we're going to thank them in a special way. In Africa, you refer to the name of the union and you say Viva. So I'm going to say Viva, and I'm going to say the name of each of their unions, and I need you to say Viva with your fist like this. Can we do that? Yeah. Okay. Follow my lead. Viva Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Unions. Viva. Viva Nigerian Labor Congress. Viva Central Organization of Trade Unions of Kenya. Viva! Thank you very much, CBTU family. Viva CBTU! Viva! That's right.
And I want to thank each one of you for not taking it robbery to still be here. Again, the Resolutions Committee will meet tomorrow after the service. And also, President Melvin wanted me to let you know that the ministers' breakfast will be at 7:30 in the morning in the Dunwoody room. Ministers' breakfast, 7:30 a.m., Dunwoody room. We are now about to do our last panel in South Africa. It is amazing what happens here. Happens South America, I'm sorry. What happens here happens all over the country, but it is great that at CBTU we can come together as a labor family no matter what our geography is. And so now I want to bring to the stage Joel Molina, who is going to moderate the next panel and introduce them.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I know everyone's tired, hungry. We get it. I just want to say our Colombian and Brazilian guests flew overnight, dusted themselves off, and they're here right now. They're also tired and hungry. They want to make sure they can connect with you all. So my name is Joel Molina, and I'm the director of the Latin America Department for the Solidarity Center. I have with us two very distinguished guests from Colombia and Brazil. From Colombia, we have Arley Mena, who is the president of the Afro-Colombian Labor Council, the only organization in Colombia dedicated to improving working conditions for the Afro-Colombian population. I also have from Brazil, Maria Julia Nogueira, who is the national secretary for anti-racism issues for the CUT Brazil, which is the largest trade union confederation in Brazil. So before turning it over to the panel, I think it's important to set a little bit of context for you all. So I think the theme, the focus of this conference has been the rise of the right. And it makes a lot of sense given what's happening in the world right now. Across the globe, we're seeing right-wing governments come to power and implement agendas based on hate and bigotry and prejudice. And we have two very clear examples of that playing out in our region. Brazil and Colombia are unfortunately, very clear examples of how right-wing populism is undermining democracy and human rights in our hemisphere. In Brazil, which for many years was held up as an example for the international labor movement, as what could be possible if a trade union movement won elections and implemented a progressive agenda. Within a short amount of time, when the Workers' Party took over the government of Brazil, they implemented policies that ultimately raised out of poverty 30 million primarily Afro-Brazilians. Now, it went from being an example of what we should all aspire to, for a variety of reasons, spiraling out of control, and right now, Brazil probably is the country with the fastest deteriorating labor rights framework in the world. And so there are a number of variables that come into play, and I think the culmination has been the election of Jair Bolsonaro, also known as the Tropical Trump. Bolsonaro has been a congressman in Brazil for the last 28 years, and his claim to fame is that he's very open and transparent about being a racist, misogynist, neo-fascist. At one point, he insulted a congresswoman by saying that she was too ugly to rape. He's repeatedly made comments about black Brazilians being lazy and indigenous Brazilians needing to either get with the program or disappear. And so he won the presidency in late October, and was sworn in early 2019. And our Brazilian brothers and sisters are trying to figure out how to contend with that. In Colombia, after 52 years of a civil war, finally the government of Colombia and the largest guerrilla army signed a peace accord that ended the armed struggle, but more importantly, the accord actually had language within the text to address some of the root causes of the conflict, which were namely inequality and also the exclusion and marginalization of Afro-Colombians and indigenous communities. Now, the peace accord was ratified in 2016, but unfortunately, a right-wing president was elected late last year, and he's been very adamant about wanting to destroy the accord. When he was campaigning, he was talking about in a very theatrical manner about tearing it up, and since he assumed the presidency, he realized he didn't have to do that. All he has to do is not fund the implementation of the accord. And now I think it's important for you all to know what not implementing the accord actually means on the ground. So between 2016 and 2018, over 430 human rights defenders in Colombia have been murdered. In the last 6 months of this year alone, over 60 human rights defenders have been murdered in Colombia. And the overwhelming majority of these human rights defenders were Afro-Colombians and indigenous leaders. Now, and these aren't folks who are trying to take over the government or do anything crazy. These are folks who are trying to get a semblance of justice for their communities. And they're being met with repression and in some cases, death. And so this is the context that these folks are operating under. And so I have 3 questions for each of our distinguished guests. And so I'm going to start with Brazil. Maria Julia, can you tell us what has been the immediate impact of the Bolsonaro government on workers in Brazil and specifically black workers?
Bom dia. Gostaria de agradecer o convite da CBTU para que estivéssemos aqui hoje. Primeiro, precisamos dizer que negros e negras no Brasil representam 54% da população brasileira. E que o atual presidente Bolsonaro, muito semelhante ao Trump nos Estados Unidos, declaradamente tem se posicionado como racista, dizendo que no Brasil não existe racismo, também como homofóbico. Não aceita a questão da homossexualidade. Os negros brasileiros, em qualquer atividade, recebem salários menores que trabalhadores não negros. Também os negros são a maioria dos desempregados no Brasil. E ser mulher negra no Brasil sofre dupla discriminação, por ser mulher, questão de gênero, e também por ser negra, questão de raça. Essa situação tem tudo a ver com a escravidão, o passado da escravidão no Brasil. O governo Bolsonaro tem acabado com políticas públicas afirmativas que vinham sendo implementadas de 2003 com o presidente Lula até 2016 com a presidenta Dilma. Dessa forma, tinha um ministério exclusivo para tratar da questão racial. Esse ministério foi acabado com o governo Bolsonaro. Também a questão de universidades públicas que tinham cotas para negros, também em concursos públicos para que negros e negras pudessem acessar o serviço público, e a política de saúde da população negra, dentre outros benefícios, vêm sendo exterminados pelo governo Bolsonaro. Isso serve para aumentar a grande desigualdade. O Brasil é um dos países mais desiguais do mundo e essas políticas têm contribuído para aumentar a desigualdade entre negros e não negros no Brasil.
First, it's necessary to say that black people they are about 54% of the Brazilian population. And after the present president, Bolsonaro, he says that in Brazil there is no racism. This is not the truth. The Brazilian black people in any activity, they always received a salary that was much smaller than anybody else. Also, the black people, they are the majority of the people without jobs. Be a woman, a black woman in Brazil, she suffers twice, 2 times the discriminations. One, because she's a woman, so that's a gender discrimination. And the second, because she's a black woman, so that's racism. The situation has everything to do with the slavery that we had in our country. The Bolsonaro government has finished with all the public politics that were being implemented in Brazil, and that means that access to the black people in the universities, they had quotas for them to be able to get public federal jobs, and also there was the Ministry for Black People, Politics, Health for the black population, among others, that are trying to reinforce racism and to increase the inequities among the black people.
Thank you, Julia. And I did want to follow up with another question. If Bolsonaro is openly a racist, misogynist, in a country that's majority black, how did he win the elections?
O fator decisivo para que Bolsonaro ganhasse as eleições foi a prisão sem provas, sem crime, do candidato favorito a ganhar aquelas eleições, que foi o presidente Lula, que eles encarceraram. Isso, junto com o impeachment da presidenta Dilma em 2016, ela foi eleita legitimamente, democraticamente, com 54 milhões de votos, se somando os setores conservadores da sociedade brasileira, a classe média, o empresariado, assumissem a campanha de Bolsonaro. E, no período eleitoral, a disseminação dos fake news, notícias falsas, que é crime no Brasil, mas mesmo assim, isso foi muito disseminado. E isso contribuiu e influenciou o eleitorado brasileiro para que pudessem votar no Bolsonaro.
A decisive factor was the imprisonment without proof of the candidate that in all the research that was being done about who was going to win the elections, it was ex-President Lula. And this, together with the impeachment of President Dilma, legitimately she was elected with 54 million votes without any crime in the sectors of the Brazilian society, the middle class, the entrepreneurs. They all were working together in the campaign for Bolsonaro. And the millions of fake news, that was a crime in Brazil, they were distributing and influencing the voters with false news.
Thank you, sister. Arley, Can you tell us why the recent uptick in violence, given that the peace accords were signed in 2016, and even though they haven't been implemented, why have we seen an increase in violence targeting Afro-Colombian and indigenous leaders?
Muy buenas.
Good morning.
Es grato para mí estar en este lugar.
It's an honor for me to be here.
Gracias a Dios, a la CBTU y al Centro de Solidaridad.
Thank God, the CBTU and the Center of Solidarity for having invited me.
Y quiero que nos demos... Quiero darles un fuerte abrazo de parte de todos los negros en Colombia a estos afroamericanos que nos motivan a nivel mundial a seguir los ejemplos de lucha que ustedes han tenido.
I want to tell you that I am bringing a huge hug from all the Afro-Colombian brothers and sisters to you because you help us in our fight.
Cada día nos motivan más.
You motivate us day by day.
En Colombia, la violencia ha incrementado significativamente.
In Colombia, violence has increased enormously.
Porque después de 50 años de guerra y de lucha, se firmó un proceso de paz.
Because after 50 years of fight, there was a signed peace accord.
En el 2016.
And that was in 2016.
Luego vivimos un año y medio de paz y tranquilidad.
And then we experienced and lived a year and a half of peace and quiet.
Pero al llegar el gobierno de derecha del presidente Duque,
But when the government of President Duque from the right wing
rompió todos los acuerdos del proceso de paz logrado con el gobierno anterior.
he broke all the accords that have been achieved with the previous government.
Más conocido como la Justicia Especial para la Paz.
And that is better known as the Special Peace Justice.
Esto ha generado nueva violencia en Colombia.
So this has generated new violence in Colombia.
El no cumplimiento de los acuerdos.
The non-fulfillment of all these agreements.
Porque uno de los principales acuerdos era dejar libres a los excombatientes.
Because one of the main agreements was to free the former combatants.
Y este gobierno los quiere meter presos.
And this government wants to put him in jail.
Además, muchos excombatientes volvieron a tomar las armas.
And also many of those former combatants went back to hold weapons.
Hoy Colombia tiene 500 activistas y líderes comunitarios asesinados.
Now Colombia has 500 community leaders that have been murdered.
210,000 nuevos desplazados.
And there are 210,000 new displaced people.
Y el presidente Duque muestra su escepticismo sobre los acuerdos de paz.
And President Duque shows skepticism about all these peace accords.
Quiere cambiarlos
He wants to change them
para que no se le devuelvan las tierras a los campesinos y desplazados.
so that the lands will not go back to those people who have been placed and the farmers.
Y el 90% de los desplazados
And 90% of those people who have been displaced
son afrocolombianos,
are Afro-Colombians.
viviendo en las peores condiciones,
And they live under the worst circumstances
porque fueron desplazados de sus tierras
because they were displaced from their own lands
a lugares donde son discriminados totalmente.
and they were displaced to places where they are completely discriminated against.
Nos preocupa como negros que continúe avanzando la violencia en Colombia
So we as black people are very concerned that violence continue to grow in Colombia.
Y es básicamente motivada y patrocinada por los gobiernos de derecha del presidente Duque.
And this is mainly sponsored by the right-wing government of President Duque.
De estos 500 activistas y líderes comunitarios asesinados,
Out of all these 500 activists and union leaders that have been murdered,
126 son negros,
126 are black,
ubicados en el Cauca, Valle del Cauca y Nariño, que es territorio de la población negra en Colombia.
and these people are located in what is called Cauca and Nariño. That's where the Afro-Colombians live.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. And I also have a follow-up question. Given that Duque is anti-peace accord and is in favor of all these right-wing policies and not wanting to implement the accord, how did he win the election?
Las elecciones, estando en desacuerdo con el proceso de paz, la ganan el presidente Duque, principalmente por una campaña sucia de los medios de comunicación.
Mainly, this campaign was won by a dirty campaign given by the media.
Porque son los dueños del poder económico en el país.
Because they are the owners of all this economic power in the country.
Además, persecución de los grandes poderes políticos y económicos.
And also there's a persecution of the great economical and political powers.
Los grandes empresarios
The great business owners.
obligaban a los trabajadores
They would force workers
a votar por Duque,
to vote for Duque.
porque de lo contrario
Because if not,
le decían
they would tell them,
que si Gustavo Petro, el candidato de los trabajadores,
they would tell them that Gustavo Petro, who was the candidate of the workers
y de los sindicatos,
and also of the trade unions,
que si ganaba
they told them that if
iba a
he
acabar
won,
las empresas en Colombia.
they told them that if he won, all the companies were going to be over.
Y además, la división de algunos sindicatos
And also because there was division among the trade unions,
que terminaron apoyando al presidente Duque.
and some of them ended up
Por eso ganó las elecciones.
supporting President Duque, and that's why he won the elections.
Thank you, brother. So I have one final question for both our distinguished guests, and I'm going to ask them to do their 2-minute version of their answer, and immediately following this session at 1:30, there'll be a workshop where we'll be able to dig a little bit deeper into what's happening both in Colombia and Brazil, and they can talk more about the context and also get an opportunity to have an exchange with the folks in attendance so that we can tease out what the parallels are between what's going on in their countries and what's going on here and in other places. And so the last question, Julia, what is the labor movement and specifically the CUT Brazil doing to resist, to fight back against Bolsonaro's right-wing policies?
Então, a primeira coisa, talvez mais importante, é a unificação do movimento sindical brasileiro combatendo todas as políticas do governo do Bolsonaro. Dessa forma, nós entendemos que precisamos ter um serviço público de qualidade, precisamos garantir que o sistema de aposentadorias e pensões continue, e para isso, a CUT e as outras centrais sindicais do Brasil se unificaram. No dia 1º de maio, Dia Internacional do Trabalhador, todas as centrais no Brasil fizeram manifestações unitárias. No dia 15 de maio, conseguimos colocar milhões de pessoas nas ruas do Brasil, de norte a sul, contra o corte de 30% na educação, que atinge principalmente as universidades brasileiras. 30 de maio está prevista novas ações com a participação dos estudantes, tudo isso na perspectiva de, no dia 14 de junho, realizarmos a maior greve geral da história do Brasil, para impedir a reforma da Previdência, que quer acabar com as aposentadorias dos brasileiros e brasileiras. Para finalizar, nós queríamos dizer: não existe democracia com racismo e sem justiça. Nesse sentido, nós pedimos Free Lula, Lula livre. Obrigada.
The movement of the Brazilian unions in a particular way is, in particular to cut, has organized mobilizations in all of Brazil in order to do the dismantle of all the unions and also the public services. On May 1st, all the confederation, the Brazilian confederations, they went into action, unified action. On May the 15th, these actions in all of the country against the cut of 30% of the resources for education, especially in the universities. On May the 30th, now new manifestations again against the students. And on 14th of June, there is going to be a general strike in order to impede the reform and for the retirement, which wants to finish with all the retirement for the people that are retired.
Thank you very much. And Arle, one last question. So what's the labor movement and the CLAF, the Afro-Colombian Labor Council, doing to address the challenges presented by the Duque's right-wing agenda?
Como Consejo Laboral Afrocolombiano,
As the Afro-Colombian Labor Council,
estamos recorriendo el país organizando la población afro en Colombia.
we are traveling around the country and we are organizing the Afro-Colombian population
Para seguir dando la lucha por la no discriminación racial laboral,
so that we can fight against the non-labor discrimination.
porque por ser negro se le cierran las puertas en muchas empresas y entidades en Colombia.
Because the fact of being black, then many doors are being closed to us.
Seguimos luchando por la inclusión laboral de los afros en Colombia.
We are continuing to struggle and fight for the inclusion of the Afro-Colombian people in Colombia.
Y para que existan condiciones de trabajo decente para nuestra población.
And so that we can achieve the fair treatment and conditions of labor for all the Afro-Colombian people.
Y hemos entendido que la única manera de hacerlo frente a este gobierno es con la unión y la organización de los afros en Colombia.
And the only way we have understood this to achieve this is with the union and collaboration of all the Afro-Colombian workers.
No hemos recibido respaldo de los sindicatos como un tema especial que se debe defender para los afros en Colombia.
We have not received help from the trade unions in Colombia.
Los únicos que nos apoyan es el Centro de Solidaridad.
The only one who supports us is the Center for Solidarity.
No ha sido fácil,
It has not been easy.
es muy complicado
It's very complex.
trabajar sin el respaldo de las centrales en Colombia.
It's very hard to work without the support of all these trade unions.
Solamente hay una nueva central que trata de trabajar este tema de los negros.
There's only one trade union that tries to work with all these subjects that affect all the black people.
Para el resto de centrales siempre dicen que el problema no es de los negros sino de todos.
For the rest of the trade unions, they say the problem is not only for them, it's just for everyone.
Desconociendo esa doble discriminación que vivimos como negros en Colombia.
And they are unaware of this double discrimination that we suffer as Afro-Colombians.
Porque no hay empleos en las empresas.
Because we do not find work in companies.
Y peor aún, cuando se ve en la hoja de vida que es un negro,
And even worse, when someone reads on the resume page that you are black,
ni siquiera la toman en cuenta.
they wouldn't even consider it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. And again, I want to emphasize that we have a workshop immediately following the session. I think we just scratched the surface right now. And so for those who want to get a better understanding of what's happening in Colombia and in Brazil and find points of synergy and potential collaboration, I strongly encourage you to attend that workshop. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for our participants and also for our interpreters who, without this, would not be possible. So thank you very much.
Give our panelists another round of applause. I want to add some clarity. I understand that there are some questions, whether you have to choose between the South American or the African workshops, but because the workshops are cycled, you can go to one at 1:30 and then the other one at 3:15. And also the final reminder, lost and found, if you could, see one of the Sergeant of Arms if you have lost anything else. And now I need to ask if that is all of the order for the day. The resolutions will be taken up tomorrow after our service, so don't rush out of here like you rush out of your church. Make sure you stay around, and so that we can complete the business that we have. Is there any more order for the good? If not, could I have a motion? Okay, the motion to adjourn has been recess. I'm sorry, I got to get the motion to recess and the second. All in favor, say aye. All those opposed, I'll holler at you later. Amen.